have an answer to the question: which U.S. state is the rainiest? Rainiest, Casey. I don't have access to the phones here, so you're gonna have to handle that.
Yeah, so I guess we're gonna have to go to.
And you don't know the answer either, do you?
No, I don't. But we're gonna go to Justin on line 1 because he's the first one to get through. So we got Justin on line, press.
All right, can Justin hear? Justin, can you hear me?
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
I'll take that as a yes. Justin, which U.S. state is the rainiest?
That's Hawaii.
Hawaii. He is correct. Yes. Hawaii is actually, I think, considered a rainforest, at least parts,
Yes.
big parts of it. In fact, when we went to the Waimea Canyon, which is on, oh man, now I'm having a brain
Maui?
fart. No, not Maui.
Kauai.
Kauai, and these amazing views that you're expected to see. But when we went there, like a full-on rainstorm, like several rainstorms come through the course of the day, and we couldn't see a damn thing.
There's nothing like that when you're all
We left
excited.
for a little while, and then we came back, and then we saw the gorgeous view. But that's the way it works. So, anyhow, we are going to set him up with a 4-pack of Fandango tickets to see Scream, starring David Arquette, Nev Campbell, Courtney Cox, and Roger L. Jackson. It's in theaters tomorrow, by the way. All right, let's get right into the story. So we got breakups and we got hookups. We'll start with the breakup. Really didn't see this one coming, but ladies, Jason Momoa is about to be single.
Yeah, that really caught me off guard.
Me too.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones alum and Lisa Bonet announced on social media yesterday that they are parting ways after 4 years of marriage.
He was head over heels. I remember hearing interviews with him where he said she had been a focus of his for years before he ever met her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So the message on Momoa's Instagram page, which was signed by both partners, read, "We have all felt the squeeze and changes of these transformational times. A revolution is unfolding, and our family is no exception. Feeling and growing from the seismic shifts occurring, and so we share our family news."
What the hell are you talking about?
He's being a little poetic with it,
In fact, it's ridiculous.
but you know what? It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. So he said, and so we share our family news that we are parting ways in marriage. The couple added that they are not sharing the update because it's, quote, newsworthy, but because they wish for their lives to get on their lives with dignity, to live their lives with dignity and honesty.
They want to live their lives with dignity. I hear that.
They began dating in 2005, so they've been together for a while.
They were dating in 2005. I think they got married officially in 2017, correct?
That's correct, yep. And they have 2 kids together. So they've been a couple for a long time. They've been married for, not that crazy long, and now they're breaking up. So
Wouldn't it be wild if he started dating Zoe Kravitz?
That's too bad. Yeah, right? Oh, my God. All right, so here's another one for you, but in the opposite direction. Machine Gun Kelly really did ask Megan Fox to marry him, and she said yes. So I guess there have been rumors that this had happened in the past, but now it is official. They shared the news yesterday on their Instagram accounts, of course.
It's love.
On her page, she posted a romantic video of him getting down on one knee. It is shot professionally with what looks to be a 3-camera shoot.
Yes.
But she seems surprised.
She still acts surprised. It's lit. It's beautiful. It's obvious what's going on. It's obvious she had to know in advance. So what a performance. I did, for some reason, Preston, I thought he was much younger than her. He's not.
I thought he was too.
Yeah, I think she's 35 and he's 31.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody could confirm that, I'd like to put that to rest because I thought he was in his 20s.
So did I.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that she was kind of robbing the cradle a little bit. So, all right. On his page is a close-up of her ring. It is a double silver band of diamonds with 2 large sets. One is a diamond, which is his birthstone, and the other is an emerald, which is Megan's birthstone.
What really put over the top, though, is he gave her an emerald-colored gold-dipped rose.
Oh, that's, that's
and
always
you know who he got that from.
Steven Singer Jr.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys were right. He's 31, she's 35. So.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. I thought I get that was my perception, is that he was in his early or mid 20s, and there was like at least a 10-year difference. How wrong?
Acts like it. you
Yeah.
know? That's kind of what you get from him. So, Machine Gun Kelly, which, by the way, do we call him Machine Gun Kelly? Do we just call him Kelly or what? Anyway.
How about MGK? Because it's our sister
That's our sister station, yeah. He wrote that he designed the ring himself with jeweler Stephen Webster, and they were engaged under the same tree where they first fell in love.
Now, did you see the rumors that they took a sip of each other's blood?
Yeah,
No,
she
I did not
posted
see that.
Yeah.
She posted something about that, Steve. I saw, and so I don't know if it was in jest at the end, but she expressed all these platitudes and said wonderful things about him, and I said yes, and blah blah blah, and then it goes at the end. She goes, and then we drank each other's blood. And I don't know if she was kidding.
It seems kind of in jest, but you never know with
She
these
says,
two.
and everything before that, it does not seem like it's in jest. So, Preston, the last line of her posts is, and just as every lifetime before this one, and as every lifetime that will follow it, I said yes.
Okay.
Next sentence, and then we drank each other's blood.
That's
I'm
beautiful.
guessing maybe they're just playing with people, but you never know.
When I proposed to Clyde, I have no idea. What was
Swallow
that?
it?
Yeah, she swallowed it.
Oh, okay.
It's a
World's biggest D.
It's a thing.
When I proposed to Claire, we both ate each other's pubes. That was our thing. Because that's a Latvian tradition.
Oh, I didn't. Who's
You have your
Latvian?
own thing.
I don't know.
You just like Latvians?
Why not?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, we didn't drink blood.
Right, that'd be weird.
That'd be disgusting.
All right, let me see what else I got. I have another hookup thing, but I'll save it for later on. So, Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez Reed is suing the ammunition supplier that provided the live rounds that killed Lena Hutchins.
You're going to see a lot of these reflexive lawsuits popping up. As everyone gets sued, they're going to sue everyone else.
Right.
Seth Kenny and his Albuquerque-based PDQ arm and prop company are responsible for supplying the live ammunition that was fired by Alec Baldwin in October. Attorneys Jason Bowles and Todd Bullion, write-in documents obtained by Deadline defendants, distributed and sold prop ammunition, which presented as unreasonable risk of injury without warning of risks that could have been avoided had the risks been disclosed. Defendants prepared dummy ammunition cartridge boxes from surplus ammunition stockpiles that comprised of both dummy and live ammunition. That's what they're saying.
Dummy. This is a weird thing now because I don't know. Obviously they've used dummy bullets and prop guns and all that stuff. But what actor's going to go on a set now and let them use anything? I mean,
Yeah.
The trend anyway is towards CGI, and to have the muzzle flashes and all that stuff and add that in post, as they say. I have to imagine this industry is going to go away. Providing the blanks and all that stuff. I can't imagine a lot of actors are going to stay with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do not know.
I need to see. I need to see what a dummy round looks like, right? And
You can tell instantly.
right.
Yeah.
So, how does a real bullet get put into a gun?
That's the question.
I mean, if there is a noticeable difference between a real bullet
If you
and
were
a
very much
dummy
so is.
round.
If you were handed a loaded gun, though,
Right.
unless you saw it get loaded, and you would not
Well, that's
know
what I'm saying,
by an outward appearance.
How did they end up in there in the first place?
Right,
is what
right.
Casey's saying, knowing that they'll be used for a film scene.
Because you're saying the armorer.
and that is the question.
The armorer is now suing somebody, but it's
Yeah.
like, well, hang on. Are you the one who put the bullet in the gun?
There are so many levels of protocol that were not followed here. There was actually supposed to be a point in this whole process where Alec Baldwin was supposed to take the gun and fire, pull the trigger, to make sure. In other words, everyone sort of signs off, and there was at least 2 or 3 people that were omitted from the chain.
And was it one bullet? Like, did one bullet somehow
rumors that-
magically make it through this whole process?
There were rumors that gun was being used for target practice on the set. So I don't know. I mean, it'll all hopefully come out as they investigate this.
Yeah, and Casey, I can only speak to. I've seen dummy rounds before, and they look clearly different than live rounds, but they may make different kinds of dummy rounds. I don't really know, so I can't speak on full authority on that.
Brandon Lee was killed by a chunk of something that was in the barrel of the gun.
The wadding, right?
Yeah. It was-
I don't know if it was the wadding, but some kind of object got in there.
Yeah.
All right, so what else? Okay, so here's the other togetherness story that I had for you. Simon Cowell and his partner Laura Silverman are engaged.
Aww.
A representative for the America's Got Talent
Oh,
judge
I love you.
confirmed the news to CNN yesterday.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Preston. This is the one. This woman was once the wife of a good friend of his, correct?
I don't know. I know nothing about her. Sounds about right to me.
Yes, I think that was the rumor, is that he was having an affair with her. She left the other guy and now is with Simon Cowell.
I remember a story of that. I don't know if this is the same gal, but probably is.
Yeah.
So according to reports, the X Factor creator proposed during a recent vacation to Barbados. And they first made their relationship public in 2013, and welcomed their son Eric in 2014. Anna Marie Tendler is considering freezing her eggs following her divorce from John Mulaney.
Oh, wow.
36-year-old multimedia artist told Harper's Bazaar, there were things I never even thought about before because that was just a closed door. So now that it feels like not as much of a closed door, it's something that I ruminate on a lot. Tendler, whose divorce from the comedian was finalized earlier this month, added that she feels lucky that I get to be standing on the precipice of all these new things.
If I were her, and it was clear, as we said many times before, that she did not want this relationship to end and that it was John who, for whatever reason, decided that it was over. If I were her and I was looking for a little revenge or something just to shake the cart, I would contact Jason Momoa.
Hey, you know what's interesting about her now wanting to freeze her eggs and them being in their relationship together is John, in one of his earlier stand-up routines, goes on about a realtor showing them a home and how they were adamant about not having children, and the woman kept trying to say, well, you can put a nursery here as part of a bit,
right?
And but it was clear that they no kids, not at all.
Do you think?
And then he flips, goes to Olivia Munn, and boom, they're pregnant like that. That's got to be a pretty nasty
That's
stab.
a massive slap.
If she was interested in having a child and it was he that wasn't, but maybe they weren't, they wouldn't. Maybe they both knew it wouldn't be good for the two of them to have kids.
It's quite possible. Yeah, I don't know.
It's hard to say. All right, so here is a report. These are sources. I don't know how valid this is, but Bob Saget, according to this source, reportedly died peacefully in his sleep. A source told close to the investigation said that the Full House star was tucked in bed when he was discovered on Sunday. The official cause of death won't be known for up to 12 weeks. The rumor is, or the belief is, that he may have suffered either a stroke or a heart attack or something along those lines. You never know, like maybe a brain aneurysm. I knew someone whose wife died like that, literally in bed, asleep, and just like boom, it just happened.
So the way he was discovered, this comes from what the police who responded to the scene saw. There was the blankets weren't hurled around. He wasn't on the floor. He was, he was, as they said, in bed. Yeah. His arm was gently resting over his chest, and that was that. So that's
kind of comforting.
It is. It is.
It's still just difficult to think about. Yeah.
I watched this video yesterday. It was John Mayer and Jeff Ross, and they were both great friends with Bob, and they went to go pick up Bob's car at the airport and take it back to his home because he was on the road. He was working. And they went on Instagram Live, and they talked for about 45 minutes. And it was so touching to hear these two guys talk about their love for Bob, and mostly Bob's love for so many other people. And it was really endearing and really sweet to hear these guys talk about this guy in such a reverent way. It was kind. So if you get a chance, John Mayer posted it up on his Instagram account, and it's a really nice sentiment.
Cool. All right. Unfortunately, I have another death to report. This one in the world of music. Ronnie Spector, Kathy, just like Ronnie sang, she passed away. The Ronettes' Be My Baby singer has passed, and her family announced in a statement on Wednesday about that. She was 78 years old.
We do have a couple of clips, Chris. I don't know if you got the list, but we have a sample of that hit, Be My Little Baby, which was massive worldwide.
Yeah, Case, fire it up if you can. In fact, reading in this story, Brian Wilson had called Be My Baby the greatest pop recording ever made.
It's what set him off to do Pet Sounds, which he employed a wall of sound, which is what the genius producer and lunatic
Phil Spector
created. But that sound was just something that was amazing. And so, but yeah, and her voice alone was a real powerhouse. But he did abuse her. He was really terrible to her.
Be my baby.
When we have that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Let's hit that if you would.
For anybody who doesn't know, with my girlfriend from college and I would, for whatever reason, I don't know why this song became something, but we would call each other and leave voicemails, and it would be us. You'd start the voicemail regular talking, and then just bust into that song.
Do we have the audio clip? In case I know you're not jumping through enough hoops, but Kathy had presented us with a collection of some of these calls, and just to give you an idea of what was going on.
Saved them.
Just have to give me a second here.
Edited them together.
She moved away to Colorado, so we would talk on the phone a lot, which is when this sort of started.
And what was her name? You're just like Ronnie saying.
Amy Nozel.
Okay.
So the family of Ronnie Spector had released a statement that said, our beloved Earth Angel Ronnie peacefully left this world today after a brief battle with cancer. She was with family and in the arms of her husband, Jonathan. Ronnie lived her life with a twinkle in her eye, a spunky attitude, a wicked sense of humor, and a smile on her face. She was such a beautiful woman.
She was, yeah.
Yeah. So they said that hang on a second, I'm looking for this. In lieu of flowers, Ronnie requested that donations be made to your local women's shelter or to the American Indian College Fund. A celebration of Ronnie's life and music will be announced in the future, and the family respectfully asks for privacy at this time. So, Case, did you find the clip?
I'm looking.
It's all right if you can't find it. There's also a clip, if this is at the ready, Case, it is of Ronnie Spector talking about their trip to Europe and especially to England and the reaction they got. Do we have that over?
Yes, we're a worldwide success. That
exactly.
Yeah, there it is.
It was so big here that they had to send us to Europe. When we got off the plane, we never expected to see fans at the airport. It was like, what? That's when I knew we were really big. In '64, and that's when we met the Beatles. They came to see us every night, and the Rolling Stones were our opening act.
The Rolling Stones were their opening act, and the Beatles were coming to see them every night.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have the Eddie Money messages if you want to hear those.
Fire it up.
Just like a running said, just like a running said, be my little baby. Hey, it's me. I'll be back. Bye.
End of message.
Just like a running said, be my little baby, baby, my darling.
End of message.
Just like a running said, I said it just like a running said, be my little baby.
End of message.
I'm not sure if you've heard, but just like a running said, just like a running said. Didn't know if you heard what he said, so call me back. Bye.
End of message.
I said it just like a running said.
End of message.
I can feel you breathe. I can feel your heartbeat faster, faster. Take me home tonight. I don't want to let you go till you see the light. Take me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like a rider said. Be my little baby. Be my little darling. I'm feeling hungry.
End of message.
Hey, it's me. What are you doing this weekend?
And by the way, so that is about 1 minute and 20 seconds worth of Eddie Money messages, but there's another like 2 minutes of this that we just ended up editing out. This is hilarious.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it was constant. It was every time we called each other. I think it got to the point where we were not answering so that we could see what the message was going to be.
Sure.
She has since moved home from Colorado, so I'm sure she's getting tons of messages this morning to turn on the radio.
What was her name again?
Her name was Amy Nozel.
Amy Nozel. All
What
right,
is it
please.
now?
She's married now, and so now it's Wood. So now it's Amy Nozel Wood.
Amy Wood.
All right.
Anyhow, so Ronnie Spector, the inspiration for that passed at 78. Sad news. Here's some sweet news. Emma Watson and Tom Felton know that their fans want them to get together, and they think that it is sweet. During the recent Harry Potter 20th anniversary special, Watson admitted that she had a crush on Felton when they were making the films, and that they've been good friends ever since. And the revelation made headlines and caused some outcry among Potterheads who want to see the Gryffindor Slytherin pairing. And she told British Vogue that we speak most weeks, and we think that it is just sweet.
I think that
people feel that
special's great, and we talked about how emotional and wonderful, and I'd be curious to see what the numbers are on it now. It's on HBO Max.
Yeah, I may watch it again.
Yeah.
I loved it that much. It was excellent. Yeah.
Is Potterheads a thing, and is that a take on potheads?
I assume, right?
Okay.
I assume. Yep. Former adult film star Jenna Jameson, excuse me, has been hospitalized and is unable to walk. And doctors suspect that she has a rare autoimmune disorder. She said in the video, "I'm dealing with something called Guillain-Barré syndrome."
Guillain-Barré, yeah.
Guillain-Barré. Okay, that's what I thought it had a different pronunciation. Guillain-Barré syndrome occurs when the body's immune system attacks the nerves, sometimes after a viral or bacterial infection, and it can lead to paralysis, numbness, and pain if the protective tissue surrounding the nerves is damaged. And while it's not clear what causes Guillain-Barré, early treatment with healthy antibodies can help ease symptoms, and patients commonly recover within a year or so, but she apparently can't walk right now.
She can, yeah.
So it can occur suddenly, but doctors don't fully understand why. Previously, specific pathogens like Zika virus have been linked to Guillain-Barré, and respiratory conditions, including COVID-19, are associated with the disorder.
The drummer for the Offspring had it, and
really?
he had it very bad. I think it was over a year where he had that issue. I don't know if it's this kind of paralysis, but yeah, it's unnerving, and she's doing okay, oddly enough.
You can have it happen after an infection, a surgery, or injury. Typically starts with a tingling sensation in the lower body or a prickly feeling in the feet and legs, and then develops into weakness in the affected areas, which is wild, man, because you might be thinking, oh, my God, I have ALS.
Right,
I mean, you start to lose control of your nervous system. So that can be scary as hell, I would imagine. So hopefully she is on the mend. All right, Tom Holland has been asked to host the 2022 Oscars. According to the Hollywood Reporter, that person is yet to be decided, but the Academy has contacted the 25-year-old British actor who once said that he'd be interested in hosting. However, it seems as if Holland will have to decline the chance, previously telling the Hollywood Reporter maybe in the future, but in all honesty, I'm just too busy right now. I don't have the time. But he added that he'd love to do it. And also, insiders told Page Six that Pete Davidson is being considered as a host for the 2022 Academy Awards.
Come on, yeah. For a while, it became poison. No one wanted to go near it because they were going to scour your past and look for something inflammatory. But you know what? Tom Holland is a song and dance guy as well. So if there are any sort of numbers like that, he could handle that.
So according to his source, the show is looking for a reset and hopes the 28-year-old Saturday Night Live comic will help bring in some younger viewers. So that's one of the reasons why they want to try that. Life Goes On. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Used to watch it every Sunday.
So the Thatcher family was on that show. TV Line reports that NBC has put in a pilot order to a Life Goes On sequel series in which Kelly Martin will reprise her role from the late 80s drama. And according to the official log line, the show will revisit a grown-up Becca Thatcher, now an accomplished doctor, and her extended family as she returns to her hometown.
I enjoyed that show. I liked it.
She was really cute. I liked her.
She was in that, what was that movie about, God, I'm having a brain fart now. It was a comedy. It was about the hip-hop guy, white hip-hop, our friend.
Malibu's Most Wanted?
That's
or?
it.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's
she
in
was
that.
in it?
Yeah, as an adult. But, yeah, she's done some work, but this would be kind of wild. I'd check it out.
All right, and then one final story. Haley Mills has now won an Oscar, lost an Oscar, and received another Oscar, all for the same performance. So on Sunday, The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences presented Mills, a former child star who appeared in a string of 1960s Disney films, including The Parent Trap, with a replacement for the Academy Juvenile Award that she won in 1961. Her original miniature Oscar was apparently stolen from her London home in the late 1980s and has never been recovered. So Mills won the Juvenile Award for her performance in Disney's Pollyanna, receiving a half-size Oscar statuette from the Academy. She was the last person and one of only 12 young actors to receive the Juvenile Award, a group that also included Shirley Temple, Judy Garland, and Mickey Rooney. So that's great company to be in. She said in an interview in 2018, in the late 80s, I came to California to do a television series, which was called Good Morning Miss Bliss. When I came back from that first year, my little statuette had disappeared, and I never found it.
Was Good Morning Miss Bliss sort of the prequel to Saved by the Bell?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
She was.
Marissa is saying yes. I remember Miss Bliss.
Marissa saying thumbs up. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
She said, and it's not something you can replace, meaning her juvenile Oscar award. She said, they've broken the mold. I spoke to the Academy and I said, well, look, give me a big one then. And they said, I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. But apparently it does now work like that, as Academy President David Rubin presented Mills with a full-size trophy during a visit by the actress to the group's Beverly Hills headquarters. So that's pretty cool.
It is cool. I would kind of be interested in having the mini Oscar, though, that to be part of that club and have what they had. But
yeah, it's pretty exclusive.
Yeah.
All right. And we are ready for the clips. I don't have them here in case, so if you can set them up, that'd be wonderful.
All right, so following the end of the world, a group of survivors who make their living as traveling performers encounter a dangerous cult leader in Station 11. And here, Hamish Patel reflects on his expectations versus the reality of the production.
It's almost a separate thing in my mind. It's this holy period of 6 weeks at the beginning of 2020 where we were just embarking on this journey and it was all ahead of us and we were so excited. And now in my head, I've got this alternative universe, where the pandemic didn't happen. We did get to go back and we spent a summer in Chicago.
My board is up, Case.
Oh, are you sure?
So
yeah.
I watched Station 11, and I've got one more episode to watch, and I don't know how many they're having for the season, but it'll be the 9th episode. But it's one of those shows that's like, it's weird.
Yeah.
But I'm compelled by it. Weird, not. Well, it's just odd. You're like, okay, where are we going to go with this? What is eventually going to happen? It's a post-apocalyptic thing, and it covers both pre and post, and it's unique. So I'm kind of compelled by it. But
well, now that you're in,
I don't know why.
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's like that. All right, I've invested this time. I'm going to ride this out, but. Yeah. You'll see if you get to the final bit of it and it was worth it. But I've been involved with shows like that. These days I try to avoid them because unless I'm completely hook, line, and sinker, there's too much else out there that I'm going to find and enjoy more.
I'm 2 or 3 episodes in right now. This is a show that I'm watching with my son, so we will continue to do it. It's just something that we can do together. But the season finale of Station 11 is streaming on HBO Max right now.
Okay, so it's just 9 then. So, yeah, I guess it was a popular book, so I may be interested in reading that.
All right.
Next clip.
The students of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang team up to save the valley in Season 4 of Cobra Kai. And in this clip, Mary Mauser, who plays Samantha LaRusso, talks about how the power of karate helped her out in real life.
I actually have had to defend myself in a bar before and use a little bit of Cobra Kai. I mean, obviously I didn't go full fight mode, but I should say I used Miyagi-Do, just defense of like blocking and protecting myself. No strike first for me. No, it was a concert and somebody got a little too excited, a little too comfortable.
Yeah. Season 4 of Cobra Kai is on Netflix right now.
Are you guys finished?
Such a great show.
I'm like 6 or 7 episodes in.
I'm 0 episodes. I'm waiting for my son to finish Season 3 so we can start Season 4.
Preston, let me ask you a question because I love it too. But does it annoy you at all how often Danny LaRusso says Miyagi-Do? Because he says
yeah.
All right. Yes. He says it every friggin' episode multiple times.
Or Mr. Miyagi as well. He says that so much. But it's one of those shows I just can't get enough of. And there's some stereotypes and stupid things you have to kind of get past. But I love it, man. We knocked that out in 2 days. We knocked that last season out. I didn't want to watch it that fast, but my daughter insisted on it. I wanted it to last a little bit, but here we are, and we finished. So we'll start watching it again at some point, I'm sure. All right, your entertainment report for today, that is in the books. We have a few things going on, both Kathy and I broadcasting remotely. We'll tell you about it later on if you don't know why. We got into that a few times yesterday and today. But we have our buddy Todd Glass, who's going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. He's going to be in town at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. We'll take a break, and we will come back. Make sure you stay with us this morning. Story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I
shave,
feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway,
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh, what are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's.
This is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
He does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot,
dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
Ew, the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking.
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right. It really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is okay. So when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't.
You're right.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
If there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
so before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
That he's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
This thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work. And
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR, I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood.
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And when I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How did you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands on it.
you're going to take it.
It's gotta be
I'm
mine.
going to. I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody threw,
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
day of service.
Yeah.
Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh,
Yep.
get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing: I've had conversations with him, specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
so here
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was
a
left
little
in the
remote broadcasting, both Kathy and I at our homes, and we will have Todd Glass joining us later on this morning, which is pretty cool. But in the meantime, there's something that, Kathy, we're off the past week or so, and we had considered chatting about something that both you and Casey have been doing, and I wanted to check. We're pretty much halfway through January, and you guys were going through with what you call no spend January. Is that how you word it?
Yeah, no spending January. I did it last year, and we were in the pandemic last year, so I, fully at home and all of that. So I feel like maybe it was a little bit easier, but I extended it through March. So I did it for 3 months.
Wow.
It was the lowest I've ever seen my credit card.
Wow. So.
I thought you were going to say it was the lowest point of your life.
No,
I wanted to die.
No, you know what? It felt great. Like to get my credit card bill, and it was like,
Okay.
almost nothing. I was like, this is amazing. So I started doing it. Case, I don't know where you heard it from. So last year, the girl that does my hair, she told me about it and that she was going to do it. She's like, you should do it with me.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. So I tried it, and it's like, and we would talk about it, and she's like, it's you go to the store and like you just buy stuff you don't need. So last year I was at Target and they had gold hand weights. So like weights, for your home. And I was like, those are so nice. Like had I not been on this no spending, I would have bought the gold hand weights.
Of course, they're gorgeous.
So I'm talking to her about it. I'm like, but they're gold. And she's like, you don't need them. You have black hand weights. You don't need the gold ones. So it's like, it's stuff like that.
Okay, so Kath, I completely forgot that you had done this last year. I remember us talking about it. So my wife is the one who brought it up to me, and it was presented to me somewhere around December 30th or 31st, and she was like, so get all your spending done now. And so I did. Like I prepared. Listen, I
got gold hand weights.
Oh no! Yeah. Listen, you have your standards, right? Like gas. You need to put gas in your car, and you need to put like food in your body.
That's frivolous.
So the standard stuff you're allowed to purchase, but the frivolous things. Listen, I have a nicotine addiction. Right. So I bought all of my my nicotine products for the month back in December, and now like here we are, and
Wait, so if you run out, you're not going to buy more?
Well, so here's the deal. Here's what I have discovered.
Here's the gray area.
No, I have discovered that there are loopholes, Kathy. So tell me, last year when you were doing no spend January, February, March, that did not count if you had gift cards, correct?
You know what? That's funny that you said that because I'm running into that this year. Last year, yes, it was nothing. Like, I didn't buy anything that we didn't need. And I actually did the same thing for Jace. So, like, if I'm at the store, I see a nice Under Armour shirt. I'm like, oh, he would love that. And I'll pick it up. Well, the kid has more shirts than you can fit in his drawer. So I did the same thing with him. And I just, ran into this. I have these gift cards. And I'm like, do I go online and use the gift cards? But I didn't. I'm not doing gift cards.
I have a question, Case, and I'm not, poking a hole in your theories or anything like that. But isn't stocking up defeating the purpose because you doubled your bill from the month before? You're not really saving on that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's called no spend January, Preston. It's not called no spend December.
It's not called no save, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there seems to be a couple holes in this, but I think it's a good idea on the surface.
It's a good exercise. Yeah.
But for example, you could just buy yourself gift cards in December and get you through. So, Kathy, when you did...
I'm not doing that, yeah.
When you did the long run, all that time, and what are the parameters again? As Casey says, there are essentials.
Hey, I have a list here if you want.
Yeah, please.
This is from an article that was written about this. And so the essentials for no spend month, the first thing you have to do is define those, okay? So that's one of the things you want to do. So they are as follows in this particular list: rent and mortgage, utilities, car and transportation expenses, insurance, health care, groceries, and necessary home repairs.
Yeah. So, that's...
anything I didn't need. If we didn't need it at that moment, I'm not spending money on it.
Sometimes you need things and you just can't explain why, though.
Yeah.
Like gold hand weights.
Like gold hand weights.
So
I need those.
I want to talk about the loopholes in said situation. We talked about the gift cards. The other loophole I wasn't sure about was, what about money that was already in your pocket? So I'm not taking any money out of the bank. I'm not using any credit cards or anything along those lines. But, what if I had...
Steve, you said there's holes in this. There's holes in this for Casey.
Okay. Well, listen, there seems to be...
The way I looked at it and my approach to it was that I'm not dipping into our savings. I'm not dipping into our checking account. This was money that was in my pocket that I'm not extracting from...
But it could stay in your pocket, Casey.
It could stay in my pocket. Listen, I have only had one hiccup, but this is why you do things like no spend January, because you don't realize...
It was that Corvette.
It was not Corvette.
What was your hiccup?
So you don't realize how easy and how quickly you could just go spend $8, and so I had to go out and buy a Pollyanna gift for Polly, and so that's not part of no spend January. It was something I had to purchase, but I found myself across the street from a Chick-fil-A, and I didn't even think about it.
But that's food.
It's unnecessary food. It's unnecessary food. I could have.
You're supposed to stick to like groceries and stuff that you bought for the home, and
you're doing it, right?
I'm doing it as well, and part of the reason why I do it, Preston, is like just I spend so much around the holidays. I spend so much going into Christmas that to me it's a way to just sort of save up. I think what sometimes, and Kathy, this is what I want to ask you about it. Sometimes you defeat the purpose by. It's almost like a crash diet, right? Like you work really, really hard in January to not spend any money, and then you get to March, and all of a sudden you're spending. You go on a spending spree. So when you've done that, did you take any of the discipline that you had at the beginning of the year and extend it past the no spend January?
Well, yeah. I mean, I went all the way through March, so I did 3 months. And no, I didn't like when April came around. I wasn't like out at every store shopping and pulling things
like a werewolf.
So
no.
I'm looking at the text board, and here's another loophole, and we ran into this yesterday, not myself but my wife. Tip money is a loophole. Now, for my wife's birthday back in September, I gave her a gift card for Parks Best Car Wash. Right. I love Parks Best. So she got her car washed yesterday. She wasn't spending her money, but I was on the phone with her. I go, are you gonna tip the people driving or drying the car? And she's like, yeah. I was like, but it's no spend January.
But that seems that isn't to me. That's an essential thing.
No, it's not.
I mean, you look like a jerk if you didn't.
Then don't go.
Then don't go to the car wash.
Yeah,
washing your car is not necessary.
Well, she had a gift card. She had a gift card.
Yeah, but you don't have to use the gift card now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's cheating by tipping the people who dry. That's part of.
Well, then me getting Chick-fil-A is not cheating.
That's what I said.
I don't think it is either.
I
Casey.
backed you up.
I think you just went. You were hungry.
Preston, there should be a law firm that deals with no spend January that can argue your case. Because I'll say this, and I'll listen. My main gifts for Christmas are almost always Amazon gift cards.
Yeah.
Because I get things with serial numbers and, 2.0s and technical things that my wife just says, here's what you got. Right. So to me, I would use that, and I do use that. And in Preston, I know you feel the same way with all the stuff that goes on occasionally, and I was never this way, but sometimes shopping therapy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I need it,
legit.
and it'll be a dumb thing, and I want a laser pointer or whatever.
Retail therapy.
Right.
Yes, and it serves me well, especially during the cabin fever months.
Yeah.
But listen, I think it's what you make it. It's what you make of it. If you want to leave Chick-fil-A in there, like, okay, fine, that's not a big deal. But if you're not spending, at least for me, like just the money that doesn't need to be spent picking up little things that you don't need, I really did it, and it helped me a lot with my credit card bill and having 3 months where, it was next to nothing. So I think, there's not like a standard set of rules across the board. You make it, what you want it to be.
All right. So, and I can understand that. So you use what you feel comfortable with. If somebody is buying things for you, do you accept them or do you?
Of course.
Well, that's a gift. I didn't spend any money.
All right.
Yeah, that goes in the plus column.
Yeah.
You're ahead on that.
The funny thing here is so we're doing no spend January, and there's no endless pool at the end of the rainbow here. You know what I mean? Like there's no like end game here. There's like, no, we're not going to spend any money in January, February, March, and with all the money that we save,
we'll go nuts
hang on.
in April.
According to this article, it says you should set a goal to reward yourself at the end of this. You may want to save for a vacation or pay off a debt or save for a new car or put more money into your retirement savings or your children's college fund or reach some other big goal with the money.
What about a gold Peloton?
Yeah.
Well, so let me ask you, fantasy football earnings. I got my check for my fantasy football championship last week. It was a check. I deposited that into the bank account. I feel like I should have access to the money.
No. It's not about money.
It's
not
about the
income.
spending. It's about the getting.
It
Kathy,
is found money. I don't think found money counts in no spend January.
If you're on a diet,
what if you get a paycheck during that period?
Nick's making a good point.
If you're on a diet and somebody hands you a free ice cream cone, you're not allowed to eat the ice cream.
Then you eat it. There's 0 calories in free ice cream cones.
The whole intent behind all of this is the discipline in not spending money and just trying to save some and set some aside. And if you're successful in doing it, you're going to end end up with more savings and a lower credit card bill. If you want to cheat, go ahead and cheat, but recognize that what you're doing while you're cheating is defeating the purpose of the first.
Right. But my approach always to winning fantasy football is I get a treat at the end of the year.
Right.
That's how I ended up in my bike that I ride this in the Bend to the Shore.
Right.
That's the guitar I got for myself.
That was purchased. Was purchased with fantasy football money.
It's always purchased.
Wow.
With fantasy
All right.
football
Well, that's
money.
very good.
Yeah.
When did fantasy football end?
I believe right around Christmas or right after Christmas. I think.
Spend it before January.
Yeah. December something or other.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, but I didn't get the money until after that.
So you feel that money in your pocket and money that you have access. So I agree with you, by the way, on some level because.
Right.
But again, the whole purpose of this, is it to save money or is it to not spend needlessly?
Well, here's the deal.
And they're both.
I think it's both.
With the fantasy football money, and this is where I stand with that. Like my wife and I, we share everything, right? Like we don't have separate bank accounts. Everything that we make is ours, right?
Yeah.
But fantasy football is mine. That is mine. She doesn't get that at all.
Does she have a similar way? Does she have her own?
If she wanted to do fantasy football, she could.
Right.
But no,
she runs off-track betting.
Yeah.
But
so then put the money aside.
Who you liking in the seven?
Yeah.
So
put that money aside, Casey. If it's your money, put it aside. But it's still.
She already did deposit it, so it's already in our account. So that money, I should be able to take that out.
Nope. I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say go to the fast food all you want, but I'm going to disagree on that.
If you're buying things,
you're like 15, 16 days away from being able to spend it. You'll be fine.
Oh no, I'm not spending it now. Oh, I hate you because you said that money's not mine. That money's mine. That $800 is mine.
No, I'm not saying that money's not yours. I'm saying just don't spend it in January to stick to the rule.
Order what you want now.
Well, I don't know what I want with it yet.
See, here's what happens.
On the fence about what to purchase with that.
No,
with
you
the
can't
winnings.
order, Steve. Like order.
No, Kathy, I can order. I have things that I've ordered a year and a half in advance. I'll go home and there'll be like a 3-foot box on the floor that says Batman on the side, and I was like, I totally forgot I ordered this. That's my thing.
Casey, question: how much did you win, if you don't mind disclosing?
$800. So we, the guy and I that we win in the championship, we decided to split the winnings 50-50 before the game even. The games were even played in that.
Yeah, that's your bets. I thought it was a smart move.
Yeah, so I'm glad because he hedged the bet. He's the one who called me, and I was like, okay, let's do it, and then he ended up winning. So,
by the way, with this no spending January thing, is this are a lot of people that you're hearing about starting to participate in this? Because you two are the first I've ever heard. On this concept. I mean, like dry January has become a bigger thing.
Right.
Well, this is a thing,
too. It's not
too.
uncommon to find people who are doing this. So is this a thing, too?
Yeah,
I did it with a group of people last year.
Okay.
Like there was a bunch of people that did it.
Kathy and Nick are the only ones that I know that are doing it. But, it's obviously it's a trend. It's an online trend.
Well, Preston has the article about it, so it's clearly something that's resonating. How about not spending money on booze for January?
Yeah. That's what I won't.
Just drink what you have in the house.
I'm not going to buy any booze in January.
So I think it's a good idea not only just to save some money in the time being, but to make you aware of what you can do without, and like gold hand weights or whatever it is.
Gold
you look back at those things that you buy that you use a couple times, and you're like, why? This is nothing.
I'm doing a thing called live my life exactly as I was living it in December.
Okay, yeah, I like
and that's how I do January.
Well, let me ask you
it looks
guys
very
this.
similar to December, except it's later.
So I've been barely able to get out of bed in the morning. I hurt my back last week, and I feel like I need a massage or something along those lines.
It's frivolous.
Well, that's almost medical.
That's
at that
medical,
point.
yes.
That's self-care, and so I don't think that's cheating. I think that's you taking care of yourself.
It's like, Nick, if you're on a diet and you walk out and there's a 7-layer cake right outside your door.
Right.
If you eat that, it's
0
okay.
calories.
You're just taking care of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always a loophole.
I wouldn't say mine's strictly retail, but that's mainly where mine.
I think strictly retail makes the most sense because there are things on the periphery that are again Chick-fil-A, I wouldn't consider that crazy. You're eating, you need to take in food. Yeah.
By the way, the Chick-fil-A by the Grand Army Mall is the best Chick-fil-A ever.
Do they know you feel this way?
You know what? They do.
Why?
A, because Press, the lines are never that bad, and B,
I like that.
I know, because the one in Springfield, no offense, but the lines are terrible there.
Yeah.
And, the food's always great. And the lines are long because Chick-fil-A is awesome, right? So I get that. But, like, the lines at the Grand Run one are great. And then also the manager, listens to the show.
There you go.
So,
all right.
So it's like does he wave you forward?
No. But,
yeah, Steve, he's at the front.
Oh, Mr. Casey, come right through to your sandwiches. Yes.
No, but I was there, gosh.
Let this man through.
Like a year ago or whatever.
Do the mouth pop thing. Where
Let this man through. He's Casey from the radio. Let him through.
Well, you know how, okay, and this sucks because sometimes, people will look at you and you're like, oh, okay, this person must listen to the show.
Right.
And, you're just you have toilet paper hanging from your shoe, right?
Yeah.
And so that was happening with the guy from Chick-fil-A, but then he said something.
You look stupid.
Yes.
Did you have toilet paper hanging from your
No. But he was looking at me. I was like, okay, but I'm not going to just assume that this guy listens to the show because he's smiling at me or whatever, you know what I mean? But as it turns out, he did, and he had said something. He referenced the show. And
listen, anytime you come here, I put you at the front of the line. Charge you double.
Steve, I know you fundamentally disagree with this, but I agree with Kathy. When you get to February and March and your credit card bill is next to nothing, to me that's the therapy that I get. That's like the feeling of I have accomplished something, and so I know shopping does that for you and brings you these sense of happiness.
I'm buying, and I know what you're saying. I'm buying things of such small, significant,
and they're fun.
Did I need a replica of Speed Racer's car?
Right.
No. But when I go into the office, you saw my cars lined up there. It makes me smile.
But when I look at that bill and it's under $1,000 or whatever, and I know that it's just to me it's oh yeah, that feels good.
I should buy something.
You know what, Nick? To go back to your question, you asked me, if I then went out and went on a shopping spree. I did not, and I don't plan to. However, I completely forgot what I did do when I started shopping again and bringing things into the house in April. This lasted for a few months too, through at least part of the summer. Whatever I brought into the house, I had to get rid of something. So if I bought a piece of clothing, I had to take something out of my closet.
Chase, pack your bags.
You gotta go, buddy. Sorry. I need this basket.
Well, that's a good. That is a great idea. I wish we had that at my house because we just accumulate too much.
You also have, and this was a design of mine, a built-in fail-safe. When we got our house, I didn't want to get a house that was bigger than 2 people and animals needed, so that we would never have a room where we could just put stuff and not. I wanted to. Have that sort of dynamic exist, Kathy, where when you do bring something in, you're like, okay, if I'm bringing this in, what's going out?
All right, so here on this list are the pros and cons of the no-spend January. And it says no-spend month because you don't have to do it in January, but everybody seems to kind of like to do these things at the beginning of the year.
After the big spending of the holidays.
Here are the pros. It's a short-time commitment. It's only 1 month. You don't have to live in extreme frugality forever, just a few weeks. Number 2, you get clarity on your budget. How much are you spending per month?
Yeah.
A no-spend month is an ideal way to find out. You can focus on your priorities. It says, are you spending money on things that are most important to you, or are you just getting caught up in the rush of everyday life and spending in a way that's not helping you reach your goals? And then finally, you can identify areas for longer-term savings. If you can go a month without spending on certain things, what if you can go a year? How much money could you save with an extra $100 to $200 a month, which is kind of like what Kathy did and stuck it out for 3 months.
Why not live in the woods and eat berries?
If you want to take it to that level, rock on. All right, so those are some obvious reasons, and you might find out a little bit about your spending along the way. Now, the cons are, it says that diets don't often work. Having a no-spend month is kind of like putting your spending on a diet. But the thing is, those kinds of short-term diets often don't work, and it can be challenging for people to change their habits overnight. It can be hard to go without spending money in a way that they're used to. So, it's just a temporary thing. I see it as kind of a litmus test, really, rather than a way of life. Then there's another one that says it's only 1 month. A no-spend month can be a good way to start moving your finances in a better direction, but it may be better to take a longer-term view and make an overall plan for your budget and spending. But this is you taking it out for a test drive, really.
Preston, is one of the cons that you eventually walk into your friend's house and she's working out with gold weights?
Yeah, and you become instantly
Son of a
jealous.
bitch!
Find out which of your friends are superficial.
Where'd you get that?
Which, by the way, gold hand weights, like 2 and 3 pound little weights that you do.
Preston, yes. And it had like matching, like bands with like the little handles with gold. Yeah, I wanted the whole set. Listen, I know.
What are you, Imelda Marcos?
Because
that's what I'm thinking.
Because of No Spend January, they didn't need it.
And this is what it does. It makes you realize, I don't need that.
I don't need that.
And then a con for it, the last one on this list, is small dollar spending is often not the most significant part of your problem. Depending on your financial situation, a no-spend month might not solve your biggest financial stresses. If you are buried in credit card debt, falling behind on loan payments, struggling to afford your rent or car payments, or otherwise having a hard time paying the bills, you likely need more help than a single month of no spending can provide. So that's if you really have budget issues big time. This isn't just let me spend less. This is trying to get your life back on track.
I've been in that situation when I was trying to get a business up and running, and that's a nightmare. So as of the past, once Claire took over everything, my wife, we pay the bill. She keeps track of that, and if we need to cut back a little bit, then we do that.
Yeah, you need.
I didn't pay my bills when I was on my own, not because of lack of funds, just because of laziness and stupidity.
Sure,
like
you get another card, right?
Oh my God! Thank God my wife handles all that because she's been the savior. She's just detail oriented, and I am not.
Steve, you asked about like rewards at the end of a no spend January or something along those lines, and for me, it's Valentine's Day. Like you get through January, and you go out for a nice dinner, or treat yourself or whatever, and so that's like a little goal and a date in mind, and you get to that, and like, all right, cool, we can go out and celebrate.
In my brand new Lambo.
Nick, are you not doing restaurants during?
Correct.
This time?
Yeah, no restaurants,
Okay.
and we're just sticking to the grocery store and cooking at home and stuff. And so
What if you have a gift card?
No gift cards, no Chick-fil-A, nothing along those lines. But like it,
what if you walk out in the morning, Nick, and there's like a Steven Star meal sitting on the picnic table?
Well, if it's waiting for you there and smells good,
candles.
That's totally fine.
Here's why I think it's okay to use a gift card, because I don't know if you guys are impressed. I do
Still
know
on the gift card.
Because it's money already spent, right?
Well, no. Because and Press, I know that you have this situation. We have a hutch filled with gift cards that we have never ever used, and this will cause it, because my wife is the one going through. She's like, we have a $100 Spazzo gift card for this restaurant media. I'm like, how long have we had that? We've had another one. Yeah.
I think actually that's a great idea for a whole month. Spend your gift cards in a month.
So can you
see if you can go through all of them? Because
a good idea.
I think a lot of people get backed up on those things, and I know I have. And
can you
Casey,
tie them
I've
together?
got Hand and Stone massage and facial spa gift cards that I haven't used, and I need to use those. And so that's a great idea.
Well, Preston, that's
February.
Does that or can you combine them if you're not spending but you're spending your gift cards? Is that counterintuitive?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it as the same, that you can't trade that in for money.
Yeah.
It's now almost like a barter. You have this thing.
You're screwed.
It's only good for a product. It is not good for cash. So I don't think that counts as spending, to be honest.
I love it. The case, I think the gift card thing works if you want to pursue that.
But the only thing is, you can't tip.
Well, tip them with a gift card. Tip them with a Wawa gift card.
Then you can't
Here's
go
a
out.
back
You're
row.
not going to tip. You can't go out.
You're going to want to hold on to this one. It's a car.
No.
Anyhow,
you explain to your server, hey, it's no spend January.
You're right. They'll understand. They'll totally get it.
Before you eat that soup, let me take it back to the kitchen.
All right, we're going to wrap. We wish you luck if you decide to do this, or if you are doing it, or you want to set maybe another month in your mind to do it. It's a no spend thing, and it might be good for you. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got some B-File stories up next. Our buddy Todd Glass is going to be on shortly. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is
because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck,
okay, because that's usually
don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait, you actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All right.
So that means
do that!
But here's the thing, that means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
Mm-hmm.
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie
Yes.
before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these
No,
because
you know
it's
what?
similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing, and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
And
What are the
JCPenney's
plans
was
for
the other
those?
one.
Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But
We've
there's
got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park, bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
Bitch.
His bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
His
Tom Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. he's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, like, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was yeah. When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah.
Well,
Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine spritzers in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley.
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They can do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
Well, technically, he's not wrong. That's Kathy, and Kathy and I both broadcasting from home today, and you can actually watch us on our YouTube channel if you'd like to. Watch us. We're streaming live. I have a new setup. I'm not in my bedroom anymore. Down in the basement. I'm actually nestled right up next to my drum kit. I can actually reach out and touch it over here. Yeah.
You care to give us a little
I'll
little taste a little bit later?
So.
Oh, there you go.
Right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Right there.
There you go. And you have a little bit of rock and roll museum behind you, it looks like.
Yes, there's. I have some autographed items that I've. That's my little shrine to the drummers and rock stars and people that I've met. And,
There's a Kathy pin up behind you.
Actually, I have a picture of Kathy. Man, you may not be able to see it because I lit the area. Like I
You
said,
lit the picture of me?
The shrine to Kathy Romano.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
What is it?
It is the painting that used to be in the hallway
I
of
didn't know you had that painting. I remember seeing it around here. I didn't know it went home with you. That's cool.
I took it. Yep, I took it because it wasn't doing anything with it. Here's the light.
We all look
my
like
face.
bridge trolls in that thing.
And let's just be
No,
clear,
you
the
don't. They
picture
look
is of-
fantastic. It's an artist did it. She was amazing.
All right.
Yeah, it's a show picture. It's not like you have a picture of me framed in your house.
But you're there. Oh, actually, you know what, Kathy? Hold on.
Oh,
hang on. I have something right behind me here.
Oh, I hope it's what I think it is.
No.
Oh, no.
He said
It's
no.
on my guitar. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Kathy gave me this. It's a guitar pick with her face on it.
Oh my God.
Oh, man.
On both sides. There's a
Okay,
little-
good.
Oh, I thought it was going to be that picture she took in the morning in the mirror.
Okay, at least you have that, Preston. That's good.
That's back in the studio. We still have that, the picture of her. Yeah, Casey's got it. Actually, he's holding it up right now to
I was just going to say, every once in a while, I'll be doing traffic or talking, and I see that from the other side of the board slowly creep up, and it's just my face.
Raise that up.
One morning, I woke up and didn't know what happened.
Preston, what is that pinup photo that you have behind us, behind you, to the left of the one guitar?
Right here?
Yeah.
That is Carla Giacchino, or Carla...
Gugino.
What's that?
Gugino?
Gugino, yeah. When she came in the studio and she played Silk Spector in the Watchmen movie.
Oh, wow.
And so that's a pinup picture of her, and I had her autograph it and sign it. And then the one next to that, that's Rita Hayworth.
Right.
And when Tim Robbins was in, I had him sign that, and he wrote on it, and he's got an arrow to her stomach, and he says... it's not salvation. Oh, freedom lies within is what he wrote, and he autographed it because of course he tunneled through, and the poster covered it up. So the freedom lies within. It was a really neat thing, and I have a picture of he and I together up there, which I thought was pretty cool. So
very cool.
And then I've got a few autographed guitars. That one's from Brian May. For those of you who are watching, that's Brian May. That is Don Felder of the Eagles when he came in.
That's a good one.
And I just went out and bought a real inexpensive guitar and had.
Who autographed the tuba behind you?
I don't have a tuba behind me. That's not. And here's this is Neil Peart, autographed drumhead and sticks that were actually used in a concert, and a bunch of other drummers and stuff that I've met through the years. So
nice.
My little spot down here. It's my little kind of man cave thing. But I wonder if I could. I don't know if I could hook the drum kit up.
That's right. It's an electric drum kit.
It's an electric drum kit, yeah. So I'd have to. I do have a mixer. I'll work on that later and see if I can make that.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, do you have another input on that little brick system that you have?
No, I don't. But I have a little mixer that I could run both my microphone and the drum kit through, and then run out of the mixer into our the broadcast unit. But that's going to take some work. I'm not going to be able to do that now, so we'll see if that can come together. But real quick, can I do a shout out? You guys want? This is from a friend of ours, Pip Freak. Had emailed me, and he said, "Hey, guys, just got to the hospital with my wife for the birth of our second little pipsqueak. Please send some positive energy," and that is from Pip Freak.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
Pip Freak, if you remember, he broke the record for piercings on his body in our studio, and it was like over 1,000 of them.
It's like 1,500.
And he failed to do the proper paperwork and submitting for a Guinness Book of World Record, but he did it. It was so bloody. It was
we were here. We bore witness to it. It was amazing and terrifying. So a shard for him, Preston?
Yeah, please. And hopefully everything went well with the delivery.
Yeah, I was just going to say they actually had the baby. It was a little girl, and I erased the email.
Persephone, Steve, but the middle name is Morrison. Persephone Morrison Rumette, born 9 pounds. Wow, that's a big baby. 9 pounds, 14 ounces.
Wow.
21 inches at 11:09 yesterday. Mom and baby are happy and healthy.
The Morrison
That's
name
a great name.
is popping up actually a little bit more because the actor who plays Boba Fett. His last name is Morrison. Yep.
It's not Tommy Morrison, the boxer from Rocky 5?
Tommy Gunn.
Persephone is a great name.
Yeah.
My son had the marching band did a routine that was a homage to Persephone, and I kept saying, "What is Persephone?"
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've never heard of that before, and then eventually I found out, okay. But it's a beautiful name, so it's cool.
Is there a nickname for that?
Percy?
Seth, maybe, or Percy,
Yeah. Oh, I like Percy.
Ifo.
Ifo?
Yeah.
Ifo, yeah. And all right, we should do the bizarre file. Let's go ahead.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'm going to lead with a local story. Doesn't happen too often. But when planning to rob sex toys from an adult store, it is best to avoid establishments at which you recently applied for a job.
Yes.
A 29-year-old man is behind bars on multiple criminal charges after allegedly stealing $350 worth of items from a Pennsylvania business and threatening to stab a clerk who sought to stop him. A gentleman by the name of Jacob McFarlane last week entered the Adult World Emporium in North Wales. I've driven by that place so many times. I've actually been in. It's been ages, but I've been in there a few times. Yeah. So, and he walked out with a pair of self-pleasuring apparatus. He grabbed a $95 fleshlight. and an auto blow AI, which retails for about $250.
He's probably tired of borrowing and sharing the fleshlight.
Right.
Yes, like
wanted his own.
I'll tell you what, Preston. Wouldn't that be a great show? A supermarket sweep version that takes place in an adult store.
Yes. Oh,
they have to run around.
Dude.
Yeah.
Adult store supermarket sweep.
Yeah.
We got to do that.
We'll do it.
And maybe they'll have the auto blow AI.
Yeah, I assume that stands for artificial intelligence, right?
When an adult
anal intrusion.
I like the second one. When an adult world worker confronted McFarlane in the store's parking lot, the accused thief allegedly threatened to stab the man. The employee was, quote, able to identify McFarlane because he recently applied for a position at Adult World. The victim said,
and you were going to get the job.
The victim said Jacob came into Adult World and instantly walked to the back of the store and grabbed the 2 sex toys. Officers quickly located McFarlane at a hotel just steps away from Adult World. He was found carrying a knife and a backpack with a lock on it.
He was behind the door hearing.
Cops applied for a search warrant for the backpack, which apparently held the purloined toys. McFarlane was charged with robbery and several misdemeanors. A 31-year-old Michigan man is facing charges of second-degree murder after police say he killed his boyfriend of 10 years following an argument over a video game. Daquin Watkins was arraigned on Sunday and charged after he was arrested. Police say that they were called to an apartment just before midnight on January 6th. When police arrived, they found the victim, Rory Teasley, inside the apartment unconscious and not breathing. Teasley was taken to a hospital for treatment, but was pronounced dead there. And police believe the 2 men were playing a video game and got into an argument over the game and eventually ended with Watkins choking Teasley to death.
Do they mention what game it was, just for some context here?
And I know that at times you felt like you've wanted to choke people while playing a video game. You just can't go through with it.
Right.
Watkins is being held without bond. I'm curious, too, Steve, as to what game they were playing. A Metropolis woman. And I'm
where
not
Superman lives?
I'm not sure where the real Metropolis is, but she was arrested after, and Steve, I brought this up because of something when we were playing the loon sound effects the other day that you had brought up as Norman from on Golden Pond. A Metropolis woman was arrested after throwing a crock pot during a domestic disturbance.
Really? Yeah. In fact, it was Norman who wanted to be murdered by having a crock pot dropped on his head.
Police said that they were called to the Spence Apartments and saw 20-year-old Haley M. Dummett in a parked car as they arrived. And officers said that they learned the couple had been arguing, and Dummett allegedly threw a crock pot full of food onto the floor, then attacked the victim.
Crock pots are heavy, man.
Yeah, they are. Police said that the victim had scratch marks on his arms and face. Dummett was arrested for domestic battery and taken to the county detention center. By the way, Steve, you sent me a on Golden Pond movie poster. Was that Jason?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the boy Jason. What about the boy it's called
Friday the 13th movies.
On Crystal Lake. Yeah.
I didn't see the
If you
title.
look at the poster, it says on Crystal Lake. So it has that beautiful picture of Katharine Hepburn and Henry Fonda and Jane Fonda. And at the bottom is the face of the boy. And you remember in the original Friday the 13th, Jason as an adult with the hockey mask doesn't exist.
Right.
What you see is the sort of mutated boy who lives in the pond and died, set the mom off. So the poster's hilarious.
I love it. Colorado Parks and Wildlife officers rescued a moose that had become trapped in the basement of a house in Breckenridge on Monday.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Thank you.
For a moment.
Officers received a call with the report of a moose trapped in the basement of a home.
I'm trapped in the basement of a home. I can't get out.
Wildlife officers responded and discovered a moose that had been grazing near home and had fallen through a snow-covered window well and into the home's basement.
I'm perpetually fascinated by this creature. Are you a moose fan, Preston?
Big time.
Or can you ever forget about the moose for a moment?
No, I can't. I will never forget about the moose for a moment.
Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
Responding officers opened doors to create exits for the moose, but could not get the moose to leave because it required going up the basement staircase to reach the exits, and moose don't like to climb stairs.
They just don't.
CPW officers tranquilized the moose. They cut off its antlers so that it could fit up the home stairs and reduce further damage of the home.
Antlers!
Moose antlers typically fall off this time of year.
Really?
And the moose will grow new antlers this spring.
They just fall right off?
Yeah, so they're like elk the same way. They lose them and then they come right back. Police helped the wildlife officers carry the moose up the stairs and outside where it was safely released back into a quality moose habitat.
There are tons of them all over the place. You see them all up and down the interstate. The quality moose hotels.
Moose antlers are so like
they're different. They're weird.
Yeah, they're unique looking.
They almost look like mushrooms.
I almost feel like they shouldn't even be called antlers. They should be called
flattlers.
Flattlers. Or
right?
something else.
Right? They're not standard antlers.
Yeah, they should have a different name.
Work on that.
I'm going to work on that. I'll be right back, guys.
An elementary school in Illinois advertised an after-school Satan Club hosted by the Satanic Temple for students in first through fifth grade. And of course,
thank you all for coming today. I just want to let you know we're signing people up for our volleyball team.
So this is drawing the ire of some parents. Children at Jane Addams Elementary School in Moline, Illinois, are invited to attend an after-school Satan Club on 5 different dates throughout the spring semester, according to a flyer that was advertising the club that was posted online. Parents posted a picture of the flyer on social media. One said, "How is this even a thing? I just know that they're about to catch hell because I would be going the F off." In a statement,
taking me out of the school.
Oh,
of
right?
course.
Yeah. In a statement, school district spokesperson.
Can I join the Satan Club?
Said the district has policies and administrative procedures in place which allow for community use of its publicly funded facilities outside the school day.
Yeah.
Such activities include opportunities for religious groups, regardless of denomination, to rent the facilities for a fee. The spokesperson said that they noted that a Christian evangelism group had been afforded the same opportunities as the Satanic Temple. Flyers and promotional materials for these types of groups, they said, are approved for lobby posting or display only and not for mass distribution. The flyer for the after-school Satan Club promised students who attended science projects, puzzles and games, arts and crafts projects, and nature activities.
Wow.
You're going to do puzzles.
And sacrifices.
Yep. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you for now, friends. All right. Is our guest going to be joining us next, Casey?
Yeah, in fact, I think he's already on the Zoom with us.
Okay.
So he should be ready to go next break.
Oh, awesome.
Right. We'll break and we'll come back in a second. Our good friend Todd Glass will be on the program, appearing at Helium Comedy Club this week. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Psalm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And
Okay.
it's about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at
That you
home.
got?
Yeah, some of them I got,
Yeah.
some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No, ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that?
And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
Man, that's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. And really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, just type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
All
just
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh,
shopping?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into this into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah, unfortunately, shark.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But... Now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey, and it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called Bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries. My dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones. Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean,
Yes.
it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric.
But first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
I don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah,
when Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
Beam.
I
think she's Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process, and then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have, there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015, so it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appeared. appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home. Of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
It's what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children's playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh, yeah. Most of the time. Thank you very much, Kat. So, obviously some technical slaloming that we've had to do yesterday and today with both Kathy and I working from home, which, by the way, I know we're, almost 2 years into the pandemic thing, but the working at home thing, I'm just coming around to how awesome this is.
You're enjoying it, are you?
I want to be there in the studio with you guys, but there's a little slice of heaven about walking downstairs and going to work. So anyhow, back to the technical slaloming that we're doing. We were to try to have our guest on Zoom. He's going to have to be on the phone line because of the way the broadcast setup works, but we're happy to have him on in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. We have any intro music or anything, Casey? I have no idea. We do? Okay. There it is. I knew it. Yep. So he's at Helium Comedy Club Friday and Saturday. Like the singer says, please welcome Todd Glass. Hey, Todd.
Hello, everybody.
That's everybody. Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing, my man?
We got Kathy, we got Nick, we got Marissa, we have Casey, we have Preston, we have Steve. Come on, everybody.
It's
and the gang.
And the gang.
And the gang. Yeah, well, it's good to hear you, Todd. I mean, it's been a while since we spoke. You're in town. Obviously, things are a little precarious, but you're bringing your special brand of merriment and mirth to Helium. But the thing with you, though, is you have not been dormant during all this. You do a lot of online content. You're doing your various podcasts. You're constantly working. So you're sharp as a razor. Would that be safe to say?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm doing so good in my career, and I hope I don't come off braggadocious, but I flew from L.A. through Hawaii to Philadelphia.
Wow.
You actually went the Hawaii route.
The long way.
It's a little more money, but this is the character I came up with. He brags about things he can't prove he didn't do. Nah, I flew through Hawaii, It's a lot better. By the way,
it's a lot better.
I do have a show tonight at Helium, and then Friday and Saturday, too. Just so Mark Grossman doesn't have a nervous breakdown.
How about that, Mark? I love that guy.
One show.
I can see him calling me. Todd, it's Mark. I know you're doing your interview, but please plug Thursday. Friday and Saturday, we're doing fine.
Right. So tonight is one show, 8 p.m., correct?
8 p.m. Well, we do have 3 shows tonight are sold out. But we do still have reservations for the 8th.
Okay. So you're actually, there's four shows on a Thursday with 3 being sold out. I would call this the opportunity of a lifetime to get in on that final one remaining 8 p.m. show to see Todd.
Steve, you get it. Now, I hope I didn't cut Preston off. Preston, I think you asked me something about city hydration. Yes, I did end up going again.
Thank you for at least answering that. I appreciate that.
You know what, Todd? When you were in here last time and we did that hydration thing, I'm like, I see more and more people doing it. I see more and more comedians doing it. I think you were at the tip of the spear, so to speak. And now I'm kind of thinking about it might be worth doing it.
What is it?
Well, I think you just asked me if they're opening one up in Wayne, and yes, they are.
Wow. So, the thing is that you're doing this. There's going to be no payback for doing this. None of these mentions. In fact, you're going to shun any special offers or deals they might give you because that's not the way you roll, right?
Oh my God, that's called. There's a name for that. I wouldn't have. But let's move on before we.
Wait, let's not move on.
I want
Kathy,
to know what it is.
Do you remember we had him come in the IV bags and all that stuff?
Okay,
and yeah, you would never do that.
Well, so not that
Yeah, if you tried it, Kathy, some things are not too good to be true. Like, I'm telling you, they put vitamins in there, and just the what is it called? They put moisturizer in there. They put
It's an IV.
Well, yeah. So I know, and that's obviously the hesitation. But somebody, a friend of mine who also had COVID pretty bad, said afterwards she did that, and it brought back her energy. It made her feel bad, kind of like on the tail end of it. It kind of gave her like a little boost back into normalcy. So I was thinking about it for a little bit, but yes, I know it's an IV.
So, well, that honestly, so Todd, so you're a big proponent of this. You believe it is. Would you call it a game changer?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? I feel I haven't felt this good since I was 13.
13 was the banner year for Todd Glass, and you're getting to replicate that now. So there are different types of solutions. Like there's basically there's a menu of different things you can do, correct?
Yes, and I got the zinc and the vitamin D and the vitamin E. But enough about city hydration. I don't want to give anyone the wrong message. But it is good to hear you guys. I miss you. I thought I was finally going to get into studio to see you.
I know. And we got this thing flaring. The news is saying that we're sort of hitting the crest, and it'll hopefully we'll be over that. I don't know. Everyone's taking the precautions, but did you ever get COVID during this whole run, Todd?
Listen, I don't get COVID. When you go to city hydration, it prevents things like that.
Is that true?
And that's not said in the spirit of Plugola. That is merely an honest assessment.
But it is good to be back in Philadelphia, and I've already been to Wawa 15 times.
Wow. 15 times, and you got in what? I mean, I guess you were in last night?
I got in on Tuesday. I like to get in. I used to get into town early one night. Now I get in 2 nights early. Soon I'll get here a month before my shows.
Well, I know that you get in traditionally a couple of days early because you do like to take that L.A. through Honolulu to Philadelphia route.
Also, by the way, and again, just in case I forget to say this is not a plug fest, but my new show, 10-Year-Old Tom.
Yes.
It did get. I'm being totally honest with you. I think I'm allowed to say this, but it got picked up for another season.
So Todd, I just saw a little bit of it, and I was and you play the principal on the show. It's very funny. It is. It's on
HBO Max.
HBO Max. Yeah, that's got to be a blast for you.
Do you know what? I did the audition. I don't know if we talked about this yet. But I don't really like auditions. They make me nervous. But during the pandemic, in the first 4 months, I was like, well, I got to do something. So I did the audition. It was from my house, like what Preston just mentioned. I'm like, wow, this is nice. And I have never done this my whole career, but I smoked a little pot before the call.
Wow.
I've never done it on an audition ever. And it relaxed me. And I knew the material was funny. And then it made me excited to do it. I wasn't nervous. I did it. My manager I called my manager 2 hours later. I'm like, I know, Alex, you don't know if you'll get it or not. But I go, I did really good. I was proud of myself. He goes, you got it. I'm like, shut the front door. That's not what I actually said. But I clean it up for radio because I know what I'm doing,
You're a pro.
And it's been, the ad-libbing is, I was always afraid one day I was going to come in and they were going to go, all right, Tom, we love the ad-libbing, but pull it back. It's like 50% off script. So for me, with my dyslexia, not having to stay to a script is very, very. The whole thing is just a blast.
Well, let me ask you, because obviously you've done some acting and you've appeared on different shows. I mean, so you had to do some auditions at some point in time, but are you now? I mean, listen, you have so many fans who are in positions to kind of float work your way. Do you get? I mean, for this role, were you called because they wanted a Todd Glass, person, or
it was. I think he had me in mind.
It sounds that way,
but obviously, they don't know to ask you to do it. But I think he had me in mind. But it's so much fun. It really is. And I didn't even know what my character looked like until I actually saw it on when the show debuted. I watched it the night it came out, and I was like, Okay, that's what I look like. Jokingly, I told him, because I have a bald spot in it, and, part of me goes, who cares? But I told the guy, I said, Steve, I go, if we get picked up for another season, can we get rid of that bald spot?
Well, the show is smart, and it's sharp, and so congratulations if it's been picked up for a second season. Does this light the fire for you to perhaps do more animated stuff?
I hope so. It really is fun. It's easy. You go, you can wear your sweatpants, and I get my cup of coffee. And, I didn't want to be unprofessional since I smoked to get the role. I got it by smoking. I'm being honest with you, I go over an hour early every day, and I park my car in the lot, and then I get my coffee. It's one of my favorite parts of the morning. And then I smoke a teeny bit. And then I go in, and I'm I'm feeling all mushy and gooey and good.
It's kind of weird since over the years that we've known you, and you've come in, and there may have been a time here and there where you did the old wake and bake and so on and so forth. Well, here now on the station, we're running commercials,
medical marijuana.
So the tide is definitely turning. So I don't think. Do you think you'd be met with resistance if you said to people, especially out where you are, that hey, I smoked a little before I came in? Would that be a bad thing? Would you be?
No, I don't think as long as you're doing the job. Sometimes when I'm in there doing it, I don't know if you smoke, you know what I mean. Sometimes you can be at one level of being high, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, you have a wave of self-awareness, and you're like, oh my God, am I too high? Was that too much that I just did? Did I go off script too much? But they never said anything. And by the way, I would like to promote my own new brand of marijuana. It's called the Chunky Ding Dong. And
the Chunky Ding Dong. That rolls off the tongue.
The Chunky Ding Dong.
Yeah, that's from a running joke me and my friends had. What if you were walking down the street and a guy jumped out behind a building? He goes, "Hey, you want to see my Chunky Ding Dong?" I think most people would go, "Well, now I actually do."
Most people, you say? Most people.
Most people, I think, even if they'd want to go, no, get out of here. If it was a well-lit area and you're with friends.
I think the amount of light and the company would dictate whether or not you would take them up on seeing the Chunky Ding Dong.
Well, you don't want to put yourself in a compromising position,
Sure.
No. I think
just to see what that is, I would be intrigued to see what a Chunky Ding Dong.
Do you guys? And I don't mean to own the interview, but do you guys want to hear one of my new jokes that might be told at the Helium Comedy Club?
Is this an exclusive?
Yeah, is this an exclusive?
This is yes.
All right, so let's give you a little bit of a fanfare. Do we have anything here? I can hit. Wait 1 second.
How about the Don Rickles?
Do we have that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to give you the Don Rickles music, and then you can debut this material right after. Okay, Todd?
Yeah, it's Marissa. At first what you said to me made me a little mad before we went on air, but I'm glad you said it.
Who?
What did she say?
Marissa.
She knows what she says.
Marissa knows what she said.
Yeah, she knows.
Oh, she said, I thought you guys knew. She told me Preston told me to say this. She goes, hey, Todd, pick it up a little. This is the #1 show in Philadelphia.
She's a good producer.
Man, she's a tough taskmaster. And then you said she made a racial slur, correct?
Oh God.
No, she said, by the way, maybe if it's just me and you at the club tonight, you can show me your Chunky Ding.
All right, Case.
I'm ready.
You got the music?
Yeah,
Here we go.
yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the debut of the new joke from Todd Glass.
Hey, when they say car towed at owner's expense?
Yeah.
I honestly don't get that. What are the odds you're going to go down to the tow yard, you're going to go, how much guy? They go, oh, no, sir, it was already an inconvenience. We towed your car. We picked up the expense. And how about when they go littering fine on the side of the road, no more than $250? Is that for people that are thinking it might be worth it? Don't worry. It's not going to be any more. It might be less, but
Yes.
it's not going to be any more.
I like this, Todd. These are both winners. So
They're both winners. And also, I have a joke about a pigeon. Now, I've had many jokes about pigeons over the years.
I know, and I love your joke about pigeons and why they choose to live in bad neighborhoods.
Right. But by the way, that's the truth with any bird. I see a bird at Disneyland, and you know what I think? Does he know not to leave?
Right.
I love it. Does a bird in Disneyland go, you know, I told my brother that once. He goes, well, Todd, they don't live in bad neighborhoods because they're not like people. They don't know. I said, oh, really? Thanks a lot. I had no idea. You ever hear comedy? Get out of my face. I saw a pigeon walking down the streets of New York like he had somewhere to be. It was the best thing I ever saw. Now, what I did after that might have been wrong, but I wouldn't do it now. You learn new boundaries of what's right and what's wrong.
Sure.
But I Velcroed a briefcase to the side. I thought that was funny. It looks like he's rushing to work.
So you basically had to look like a pigeon executive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the pigeon's like hustling down the street. You know?
Yeah, walking very confidently. Yep.
Right.
You're right about. I've often wondered about that. Birds in certain places, and if they know that this is it's like, for example, do they actually think that like the Magic Kingdom is an actual real castle, or the thing that's always I found fascinating is the occasional bird that makes its way into a mall.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that or a bird under a table at a restaurant freaks me out.
I can't stand finding birds under tables at restaurants.
No, I mean an outdoor restaurant where bird might go under to get a piece of. Because you know what happened? One time a bird went under the table, and when he fluttered out, his wing, this is a true story. It's not a big deal, but it's how his wing hit my knee, and it made my stomach get all like, ooh.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of like avian bird diseases?
No, I don't. Well, thanks a lot. Now I
am. Sorry about that.
Enough with all the jokes, though.
All right.
Let's get serious.
Let's
guys.
get serious.
By the way,
Todd,
that's what I say 5 minutes into my act if they come see me at Helium.
Todd, more importantly, is there a method through IV treatments with which you can fight various conditions?
Hey, by the way, if you're talking about city hydration, which, by the way, I'm going over there today to get a facial. And not one of these facials where they just take lotion and rub it around your face. Oh, great, that's going to make me look no different.
Right.
This is one where they suck out all the impurities and then infuse you with vitamins. The type of facial where you get home, they go, wow, you look great.
Well, that sounds incredible.
Yeah, we still haven't heard the new pigeon joke, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Casey, it was the one walking down the street with he put the briefcase on him.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to say it now because he's, I think it would be, I was trying to think about Bob Saget the other night. Of course, Bob was from Philadelphia.
Yes.
And I didn't really, at first you're like, well, I don't want to look opportunist, but I'm in Philly, and, if I died and I did nice things, I would hope people would talk about it. But, it's funny when you learn. I know that was an abrupt change, but I wanted to. It would make
No. We've actually we've for the past couple of days we've been spending a lot of time talking about Bob. He was a friend of the show, as are you, and it is something. So we'd love to hear your take on Bob and any reflections on that.
Well, this has happened a few times when people die. Is that you realize if they were nice to you, and that's your story, and then you learn, oh my God, they treated everybody that way.
Yeah.
And it's like, in a way that I didn't know Bob that well, makes this, really sort of drive home that thing, how sweet he was. And I heard someone say the other night, you hear someone go, oh, he was nice, because he was more than nice. And, nobody's perfect. Human beings make mistakes, but he was a really sweet guy. And years ago, I was like 22. I knew him. I met him when I was 17, but I worked at the Comedy Works. You don't know who he remembers and who he doesn't remember.
Right.
And then when I saw him out in California once at Jerry's, I was like 20, maybe 24 at that point, 23. And I was like, hey, Bob, I said hi, and he goes, oh, yeah, I remember Philadelphia. You don't have to remember me every time. And I remember saying, yeah, I guess it's better I do this than the other thing where you go, hey, don't you remember me?
Right.
And he goes, yeah, I guess I will take that. And then a little while after that, you know how stories get a little bit over the years. You don't know how many years it was after that. But I saw him at the airport, and he bumped me up to first class.
Oh.
Yeah, wow. He's like, and he made like some joke about it, like it wasn't. He goes, "Oh, I need to pay it something like I need to, do something nice so I can get into heaven or something, or like pay it forward." Wow. I didn't sit next to him in first class because that's not the seat they had. But I thought, oh my God, that was so sweet of him. And then really after that, I saw him once or twice over the years. The same thing at a party. I would always I didn't want to go over, hey, Bob, remember, but
it's that case in the stories that you hear, and I always say, you judge if you really want to get the real perception of somebody, the stuff they don't promote themselves, the things that they're not banging the drum on themselves, those little quiet things that are not in front of cameras, that are shared between just maybe another person. What he did for Pete Davidson, for example, he was talking about taking an active interest in helping him beat his demons, staying on the phone for hours, talking to his mother, Josh Gad, and Jimmy Kimmel, and a lot of people have relayed very sincere, caring stories where it wasn't like, okay, I'm going to pay lip service to this, how you doing, and then you're off the phone, where he would literally invest hours talking to people to try to help them and improve their situation. That's the essence of the real person.
Yeah, exactly. He was. It was really, and, it makes a difference. I'm sure he, like I'm saying, if that's what he did. And by the way, when I say he bumped me up to first class, he didn't work at the airline. He used and then when he sat down, and then later when I got off the plane, he pulled me aside aggressively. He pulled my arm, and he pulled me over, and he goes, hey, later, for what I did, I want to see your chunky ding dong.
Wow, that's beautiful. So
it sounds like it's too dirty to say, but it's really not.
Well, the chunky. So that was the whole step off for the whole thing. Is this beautiful Bob Saget encounter in the chunky ding dong? So,
by the way, a chunky and a ding dong are both lovely treats. So keep that in mind. You got a chunky bar and a ding dong is a a little like a chocolate coated treat. There's nothing dirty about that at all.
No, not at all. If it's two great tastes, it tastes great together.
Yeah.
And also, when I was 16 or 17, he was one of the first comedians I saw at the Comedy Works in Center City, Philadelphia. And, it was very different. It was silly and dirty. And that's before Full House or the other things. It was silly and dirty, which I found. It was like one part of his delivery was like an elementary school teacher dealing with her kids, very childlike, and the other part was vulgar, and it was like this blend of both at a nightclub. So it was very interesting to see. But anyway,
Todd, do you remember the absolute first comedian you saw that made you say to yourself, "I think I want to do this"?
Well, we went down there. When I first found out about stand-up comedy in high school, we didn't even know what to expect. Like, we would go see, like, Stephen Wright and Jerry Seinfeld, Jay Leno, Gary Shandling, Gilbert Gottfried. It was just an amazing. Eddie Murphy was there, Roseanne Barr. And but the first weekend I ever went was Tom Wilson, who was, like, 20.
Yeah.
And then Judy Toll, and then Meyer and Young that were a comedy team. And then we went back, in that month, that's when we saw Bob Saget. And then I remember going back again to see Bob Saget with my parents. And he talked to us. We were in the first row, and he said he didn't have any friends, and he asked my parents if he could come home and live with us. And we didn't even know. He was just doing a little crowd work.
Hey, Todd, you said Tom Wilson. Is that Biff from the Back to the Future movies?
Yep.
Hold on, back up a little. It's a little hard to hear you, Casey, I think.
No, that was Preston. Preston was asking, and Tom Wilson is the actor also as well that appeared in the Back to the Future movie.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right after he moved out to L.A., he had that role. Another sweet guy, by the way. The good thing about stand-ups, I will say this, that whenever I bump into a stand-up that has, like, I knew it a club level, but then years later they just go to this crazy level, whether it's, Jim Carrey or Will Ferrell, whoever it might be that you knew when sometimes they were even, you were bigger than them. And then you bump into them years later, overwhelmingly, always sweet, always nice, always kind when you bump into them. So comedians have even though, they're not all perfect, they have a pretty good rep for being pretty decent.
No, yeah, then it's good to see that. It's good to see the community. But you have that, you have that reputation, and people speak glowingly of you, and you have that fan base amongst other comedians, and that says a lot about you as well. So,
well, even though it's hard to take a compliment, I'll take it, and I appreciate it, because I always say, like, I like to be greeted with love. I'm very insecure. When I go somewhere, it is nice to be greeted in a loving way. And I know that if you're, the best way to make that happen is to be that type of person.
Yeah.
And then that comes back at you. So it's really a full circle that ends up, making your life better too. But
well, so you're saying, like, but you spend time with someone before the chunky ding dong comes out, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I can't stop saying that word. I heard it on TikTok. I heard someone say it on TikTok. Now I can't stop saying it.
Well, if someone else owns it, then you can't do that. But you should trademark it and make some swag. Have this if that's something that you're going to run with.
I thought about calling my band, ladies and gentlemen, the Chunky Ding Dong.
That's a good band name.
Yes, that is a great band name.
How is the band, by the way? What's the status?
The band's great. I said, hey, do you mind guys getting up? Because I'm going to do Preston and Steve when I thought it was video. And they all had stuff. They're like, I forgot I have a thing at that time. What is it? Oh, my parents are going to come over for things.
They got things.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds kind of vague.
It does. Hey,
Yeah.
Todd, and I love the way you incorporate your band into your act. And I wasn't sure when you were going to be recording your Netflix album.
Well, I recorded that already. No, I am. Are you running the joke?
I am, dude. It's been going on for like 3 years now.
Oh yeah. No, I love it. I can't get rid of that joke, and I love it. If I ever tweet about something I'm doing, they're like, when I tweeted about 10-year-old Tommy, they're all like, "Oh, is this your Netflix special?" Philadelphia, baby,
listen,
I'm back. And let me tell you something. People might not know that are listening. But when you come to see a Todd Glass show, I make it a special from the minute you walk into the door, the minute you get to the bar, the minute you're in the showroom, the pre-show, you feel like, wow, tonight's about to be a special night,
Well, yeah,
it is. And what I love about your act is that I know you work really, really hard at it, but you work so hard at it that you make it look like you haven't put any work into it at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think my brother asked me that with the band once. He goes, how much of that stuff is rehearsed and how much is ad-libbed? And but it's, at the heart of it, it's a stand-up show. That's what I say when I think people aren't enjoying it. I go, hey, folks, if you might think of suing me because this isn't stand-up, but I was already sued and the judge said it technically is stand-up.
I love the fact that you are self-deprecating and almost you're performing on stage and you're almost playing the role of someone watching you perform, and you criticize yourself, and it's hilarious. But I mean, that's the whole presentation with the band and the punctuation.
It's a little bit old school, and because I know that you have a reverence to the old.
Comedians of yore.
Yeah. But you have this really fresh take on it as well.
Well, I try. Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I getting an award right now?
I think so. We're actually working on our obituary.
I think we're ending the interview is what we're doing.
Is that what's happening?
No. This is only the first quarter. We're through the first.
One more thing if we're wrapping it up.
We're not.
No, I was kidding.
Oh, okay. Was that Nick?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I thought.
No, Nick,
never mind.
Nick is still here.
You thought it was someone with some authority.
What did Marissa tell you about Nick?
No, she just said that. Never mind. I shouldn't have brought it up. I feel stupid now.
Yeah.
That's okay.
He said the old 23 skadoodle. Like
Yeah, exactly. 23 skadoodle.
What?
Old 23 skadoodle.
That's.
What?
Oh my God!
I love that when, and you've actually mentioned that when people throw out things like that as if you understand what they're talking about. Those little, like, oh, okay. It just depends on the way you say it. Like the old 23 skadoodle. Okay, I can kind of guess what that means, but I really don't know what it means. So
hey, what does that happen? Hey, what is that? What does that mean? I go, well, I don't want to get into it now. That's always a good one. Hey, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, listening to the Preston and Steve show, I want to say this now real quick because I might forget to say it at the end, but I always forget that you guys, you have your podcast because I'll be everywhere around, everywhere. Like I'll be in Chicago, I'll be in, I'll be in. I've been in Alaska. People come up to me, they're like, "Yeah, we used to listen to you on the Preston and Steve show."
Wow!
And they still listen to you guys on your podcast. So. I will also be at the Arcade Comedy Theater. I don't have to give the date.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
After this week, I'm heading there to Pittsburgh at the Arcade Comedy Theater to do shows there. So just a quick shout out. And also, this place is so small, Helium won't mind. On Monday, Martin Luther King's birthday, I'm doing 2 shows in John and Peters in New Hope, a 6 o'clock show. It gets dark at 5:30, why not? And then an 8 o'clock show at John and Peters, Martin Luther King Day, 2 shows, the band. If you've ever been to that place, they swank it out for me. We go black tablecloths, candles. I bring the band in.
Wow.
That's cool. And New Hope's just a great place to hang out, too. You can make it a whole night.
Exactly. And they can. And by the way, if they want to, after the show, we can go out near the shed, and I can show everyone my
Chunky Ding Dong.
Well, your Martin Luther King shows are legendary.
Yeah.
And but that should be awesome. It's good to have you back in the area. I only wish we could have gotten you in the studio, but listen, next time we'll absolutely do that.
Next time, yes, but always good. I don't know if we're wrapping it up. I get nervous. I don't want to be unprofessional.
No, Todd, this is we just hit the halfway mark.
Wow, thank you. Maybe I'll get out my joke book and tell you some new jokes I have. Hey, do we have a second? I could run something new by you.
What do you say, Preston? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we got time for something new.
Well, this is based on people that say, and my friend Chip Chantry helped me write some of these. By the way, I give him a shout out. He's opening the shows at Helium. When some people go, and they still try this. In Hong Kong, it's polite to belch after your meal.
Right.
Okay, which is not true. These people worry me that seem to be rationalizing maybe a bad quality they have as a positive thing in another country. It's like these people that know where you're not supposed to tip everywhere. They're like, in France, you're not supposed to tip. That's funny. All the places you're not supposed to tip. Okay, great. So these are Chip Chantry sent me these, and these are people. Basically, it seems like they have a bad habit, and they're trying to make it like, oh, no, in Hong Kong, it's polite to vomit on your friend's wife.
Yeah, make it a social norm. Yeah.
Right. In Europe, they only shower once a week.
Exactly. Oh, no. In France, you're supposed to wipe your mouth on the tablecloth at somebody's house. It's a thing. No. In Switzerland, you're supposed to steal from your grandparents. It's considered an honor. No. In Spain, you're supposed to go over someone's house for dinner, then fall asleep in the basement with your pants at your ankles while petting their dog. No. It's tradition. No, in China, looking through a woman's purse while she's in the bathroom is a sign of respect. No. Casey, you're not listening, Preston. In Germany, you're expected to leave a couple drops of pee on the back of the toilet seat. It's like,
okay.
No. In Switzerland, it's considered polite to leave all your dirty dishes in the sink if you have a roommate. It's polite. No. In Japan, it's a sign of respect that you leave Cheeto crumbs all over the goddamn couch.
Oh.
No. In Mongolia, it's considered rude not to borrow money from your sister-in-law. It's a thing. In Brazil, it's customary. No, in Brazil, now listen, you guys, I'm telling you this. In Brazil, it's considered customary to dent your friend's car when you borrow it, and then don't say anything. It's good luck.
That's the custom.
Yes.
Oh, I love it, Todd.
Well done.
I love it. I'm glad we got that.
3 shows are sold out tonight, but the 8 o'clock is still available?
Yes, and then we have Friday and Saturday. Look, guys, always, I miss you guys so much. Like going in studio there, you know the deal. There's not that many places I don't mind getting up early. But Preston, Nick, Kathy, Casey, Steve, the whole gang. Coming back into the studio is going to be, at least it'll be like exciting when I get to come back.
I tell you what, when we can arrange it, we'll do something big like the fanfare, we'll do it up in glorious style because it'll be great to have you back.
Oh, and also people, wear your bow ties to the show. It really classes up the place, and there's not a bow tie I miss.
Well,
all right.
In Pennsylvania, it's considered a compliment.
Yeah.
If you wear bow ties, consider it a compliment during a show.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right, Todd, heliumcomedy.com to get your tickets. Don't miss them. They're selling out fast. It's always great to talk to you, my man. Have fun while you're in town.
City hydration, baby.
Yeah. All right. Todd Glass, guys. There he goes.
I'm serious about trying that out. Have you ever done that, Preston?
No, I've never done the hydration thing. That sounds like a pretty solid idea.
I've seen more and more people on like social media, a lot of comedians. I think I saw Kreischer doing it, I think.
Yeah, Kreischer did it. He had a couple of shows, I think, out in Colorado, and they came out to whatever camp he had rented out for him and his whole crew, and they all did it. And so we had Todd in here doing it, and then I think we had Nick Thune.
Yes.
We just so happened to have a couple of extra B12 bags.
Yeah.
And Nick's like, I'll do it. You know,
we got an invite from an outfit in Delco. This lady sent it. Her name's Jennifer, and she sent it to all of us. And so there are plenty of local options if we want to look into it. We can do so.
How many points for Delco is that, Press?
I don't know if we're getting any
There's
points.
one in Plymouth Meeting and one in Conshohocken.
Do you have one?
But none in Delco.
Do you have one in Bucks County?
Yeah.
Yes, there are Bucks County.
Well, then
Fresh
they didn't reach
has
out
it.
to us.
Glowderma has it.
There you go. Did you guys cancel each other out? No
Cancel
points.
out.
No, because they didn't reach out to us.
Okay.
That's a good point.
With that, we need to take a break, so we're going to do that very thing. We will come back in just a moment or two. Make sure you stay with us on the Preston and Steve Show. Long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
But, and it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts.
Yeah.
And then when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, no. Earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. I think they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Honestly,
okay.
lose their jobs over that. That is nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing him.
Darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his attitude?
Do you like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Yeah. Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray.
Holy cow!
It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fire. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
Yeah. The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a Dunlop beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay.
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I
we
wish
do
we could
have
another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
Oh,
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I did.
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary
looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
He sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on.
I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right, so right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it. I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio 2 gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of a
mention a butt plug, a charity mention here, if you don't mind. And it's terrible news, and it's with the lawn care service that I use, Terra Lawn Care.
Yes.
Friend Fred is the owner, and he has set up a GoFundMe account for one of their employees, a guy by the name of Juan Sanabria, who suffered a brain hemorrhage before Christmas and is apparently in a very bad way. And it's terrible because he did stonework here at my house as well, so we have a close connection. But yeah, he's in a real bad way. He's got a wife and a young family, little kids and everything. And the purpose of the GoFundMe is to help with his wife with the medical bills. So I had Nick post that information at PrestonandSteve.com. And also, in addition to raising funds, they're asking if people can drop off some donations like gift cards, diapers, Enfamil, things like that, formula. They can drop them at the Terra Lawn Care offices. If you know where that is, if you're in the Collegeville area, they're at 3481 Germantown Pike. And Monday through Friday, they're open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So if you wouldn't mind dropping off, they're saying no amount or donation is too small and is greatly appreciated. So that's terrible news, but I wanted to pass that along and see if maybe the community can reach out and help. I wanted to bring this thing up, and it was something that Casey posted on Instagram yesterday. You know, it's interesting when something has been a certain way for a long, long time, and then all of a sudden it's just not anymore.
Right.
And you may not realize that things have changed, and you go about business as if it is as usual. And case in point, this situation with Casey. So you're driving.
Yeah.
A guy is perturbed with you. What happened?
All right, so I was driving down Glendale Road. Glendale becomes Eagle Road, and there's an intersection where Glendale becomes, I think, Eagle, but also coming in from the left, there's a street called Bourbon. Right, this is
Where is this, Kate?
This is Havertown, Delaware County, Delco, and so what's weird is at this intersection, for as long as I could remember, if you were making a right-hand turn in a couple of different directions, you didn't have to stop at the stop sign. So
is it one of those signs that says "except right turn"?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a giant stop sign there, and it says "stop except right turn." Right. So if I were making a left on the Vermont Road, I would have to stop and make sure I had the right of way. I was making a right, so for as long as I can remember, you just go. And so as I'm approaching this intersection, there was a van, a gray work van, that was coming from my left on Vermont, and they were making a left to go essentially either in front of me or behind me.
Right.
I didn't think I had to stop, so I just plowed through. I mean, didn't even attempt to slow down or whatever, but this guy, mind you, was rolling through his stop sign, but he starts laying on his horn, right? And I'm actually, talking. My wife is on the phone with me at this point, and I say, the dude's laying on his horn, and I just kind of look at him and nonchalantly say, "I don't have a stop sign, sucker." And I just keep going, and this dude. Well, but I wasn't saying it angrily. I was just saying it sort of matter of fact.
Yeah.
Go ahead and lay on your horn, bro. I got the right of way.
Right.
But he laid on his horn for a good 4 or 5 seconds, and then he was coming up behind me, and as we're approaching another light, he's making a right onto Reed Road. I'm continuing straight to Dunkin' Donuts, and he comes up behind me and lays on his horn again. And as he's making the right, I kind of slowed down in the middle of the intersection, and I make sure that he sees I'm telling him he's number one.
Right. All right. So he's a sea sucker, and he's number one.
And were you videoing some of this? Or?
No.
Okay.
I didn't video any of this. But so, but what? And I'm not mad at this guy, right? I honestly, even at this point, I'm not holding any ill will because in my mind, I didn't do anything wrong, right? I was following the rules.
Right.
I was following the rules of the road. This clown, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, and I had a similar situation where I was driving down Township Line Road and I was going through a school section, and the lights were blinking.
Right, we remember that. So you.
Well, no, I just want to give you my frame of mind here. And so I had a lady who was laying on her horn and then double flipping me off. And I'm not mad at her, but I just wanted her to know that, like, hey, I'm driving 15 because that's the speed limit right now.
Right,
I'm not mad at you, but, like, you're wrong, So I didn't have an opportunity to tell this guy, hey, you're wrong. So
you just flipped him off.
I just flipped him off. But when I got home, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a public service announcement. So I in my driveway, I hop on my phone.
And I saw this, by the way. I saw the first one.
You saw the first video.
I only saw the second one, so I'm interested to hear what the first one said.
So the first video, I just simply, hey, public service announcement. If you or anybody you know drives and so this is still a public service announcement, drives a gray work van, and you were at the intersection of Vermont Road and Glendale Avenue, and you were honking your horn at a guy in a gray Subaru Outback, I just want to let you know you were wrong. I was right, blah, 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 blah. And so I post a video, and even in the video, go, hey, no hard feelings here. Just want to let you know that you were wrong.
No, your tone and tenor was pretty amicable.
Yeah. So immediately the comments are going, dude, it's an all-way stop sign now. And I have no idea because now at this point I'm like, go out. I got to go get my son from the bus stop.
Yeah.
So I go to pick up my son, and then my wife calls me, and she's like, hey, just want to let you know you're getting a lot of comments. I'm like, yeah, I saw them. And so I dropped my son off at the house, and I hightailed it back to that intersection.
You wanted to check it out for yourself.
Well, I was 99% sure that I was wrong at this point because so many people had responded like, dude, it's a three-way. People were saying four-way stop sign, but I think it's a three-way stop sign. But either way, and then sure enough, I'm approaching and I pulled out my video camera.
Yes.
Now, listen, and I don't condone this. Listen, when you're driving, you be safe. But I made sure that when I did this, there were no cars behind me. I was driving slow, and I videoed the approach up to the stop sign, and I saw that I was wrong.
It says always stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It says always stop. Now, it doesn't say it big. And
it doesn't count if it's written small.
Well, wait, what do you mean? Isn't it a stop sign?
Yeah,
but some of them for the longest time it had a sign underneath that says "except right turn."
Right.
And
Okay,
so
so
those you
that's
just go right through.
And
I mean,
so-
which is always weird. Everywhere I've been in the country, I've never really seen those except here.
Oh, really?
Quick question, Preston.
And strolling right through a stop sign makes me feel uncomfortable, even though it says right except right turn. I have to make absolutely sure that I'm doing this right. But Casey's been through this intersection countless times, so he did it easily and hadn't noticed, and rightfully so, because it was automatic for you to just roll right through that.
For 30 years, I've been going through this stop sign. I've been going through this intersection, and for 30 years, it has been no stop when you're making a right-hand turn. So
29 years.
Well, yeah, probably. But either way, I was rounding up, Preston.
I know.
No, Dad, it's not 345.
Yeah, but people have pointed
344.
out that it may have been changed for as long as maybe a year. So
that's what I'm hearing. That at some point in maybe 2021 or maybe even late 2020, they changed this. So not only do I owe this guy an apology, but everybody else that I have blown through the stop sign, I owe you an apology. I get mad, because I'm not a blatant scofflaw, right? Just the night before, I was with my son in the car and
robbing a liquor store.
No, and this guy was pissed off because somebody wasn't going as soon as the light turned green, and he's honking on his horn, and he ended up going around them and driving into oncoming traffic to go around. That's not how I operate as a driver. So this guy who thought that I was just being a total a-hole, I wasn't. I was being I don't know how you would, an absent-minded a-hole.
Right.
Is what I was.
So you're unaware. So then you decide, okay, in this video,
I need to do a mea culpa.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I need
And
to
it was
get
well
out.
done, by the way. You could tell you were straight up like you were eating crow. You fessed up. I was flat out wrong.
I was wrong,
Yeah.
So, and so when I was wrong, I promptly admitted it in all my affairs. Is something I've learned over the years. Yes, Kathy.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, for you being from Delco and knowing everything about it, I mean, this definitely is minus 50 points.
Oh,
listen,
you can't erase 50 points for a successful landing of a helicopter.
Listen, I would say subtract 5 points for my error, but then add 5 points for me,
owning up to it. So we're still at 50.
So yeah, it's kind of like a.
By the way, I think Casey, I'm going to go with my original thought is no taking away of points, only adding points.
Okay. All right.
So we're going to avoid this debate all the time.
So-
We'll get into that when it's official.
Okay, so you did it. You did the video. The guy never saw it or never contacted you back, right? The odds are really rather small that would happen.
Yeah, probably not. But here's the deal. Like,
Would you?
My car stands out so much because I have like stickers on
Right,
it.
yeah.
That if this guy ever sees me again, like he's gonna be like, oh, okay. So it's like the lady who ran me off the road that one time.
Yeah.
Like, dude, she had like freaking flames on the side of her car. I'm like,
Yeah, the one you wished Merry Christmas to?
yes. Merry Christmas.
C-word.
C-word.
Uh-huh.
But she ran me off the road. But like she had flames on the side of her car. So anytime I ever saw her. Or saw that, I'm like, that's the lady. Like, I know who that lady is. So this guy, every time he sees me, he's going to, that's
you know what?
the a-hole.
Also,
and you know what? Yes, I am that a-hole.
You were left with the predicament, and it's not the easiest for people to admit they're wrong. You had already done a public display of your assertion that you were right.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of, you had to.
What was your mindset when you were driving back over? Like, were you hoping, God, I hope I'm right, or did you?
I knew I was wrong, but I was holding out just a tiny bit of hope that there was going to be that giant sign that says accept right turn, and it did not. But anybody who's watching the video, and I just want to let you know that I ended up pulling into a parking lot to film the mea culpa.
Right.
So I wasn't, necessarily filming while I was
running other cars off.
Driving. Yeah. But
they will occasionally change, speed limits. Very rarely, but sometimes they'll put up signs, note speed limit change, and give you a little grace period to get used to that type of thing. But you had apparently been running that stop sign for a year.
Preston, we're getting some calls in case if we can go. Maddie just has some information concerning that intersection. Maddie, good morning.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Good. So can you give Casey some comfort? I'm sorry, can you give Casey some comfort here?
Yeah, I live right at Steel Baseball Field, which is right at that intersection.
Yep.
And they just changed the stop sign. I'm going to say maybe it was like 3 or 4 months ago.
Huh?
They never put up any sort of notice, and it is a daily, the accidents that have happened there, it's crazy all the time.
So I actually was coming down the other way. So a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, I was actually coming from where that gray work van was coming. And by the way, thanks, Maddie, for your call. And there was a car coming from my right who was waving me on, and in my mind, I'm like, "You've got the right of way, a-hole, go!"
Well, wait a second. Let me ask you something in this case. When they do something like that, because Preston, you're right. Sometimes, they just change that. Would it be wise to post perhaps a visible notification?
Mm-hmm.
Would you wanted to have posted some sort of sandwich board or something near that stop sign to indicate its status has changed?
Maybe. And I don't know how big of a sign you can make that will actually get me to notice it. Because, listen, take a look at our kitchen.
Right.
There are, OSHA signs. There are, COVID signs all over the place. Do you ever look at them?
No.
Do you ever read?
No.
Nobody reads those
I didn't
things.
even know we had a kitchen.
Yeah.
It's like all the parking signs in the city. There's so many there that you have to spend 10 minutes reading them to see if you can park there. It might be distracting to throw up, a sign there. Maybe that's why they don't do it. But there's a it was you could turn on red. It was an intersection that I would travel through frequently, and you were able to turn on red, and they changed it. And now you have to stop. You can't turn on red. And I was like, well, that's ridiculous. And I knew why they did it. There was some construction there and some new buildings going up. Well, I continued to turn on red, and I'll tell you what. I almost killed myself and somebody else, and I was like, okay, now I understand why, because there's a blind spot now because of a building that went up, and I was like, okay, well, that's why you have to obey the laws, because they put it there for a reason.
I wonder, so is there like a protocol that says you need to post information of a change of a sign or a traffic pattern in some sort of public?
I bet you the township does most of the time. But
Town Talk?
Well, not like on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, because I follow Radnor Township, for example, on social media, and they will let you know when these things happen. But like Casey and Kathy were just saying, like, how often do you actually see that or read that or recognize it? So like they'll put the information up. It's sometimes it's up to you to actually track it down and pay attention to it. And I think these type of things happen all the time.
Well, I think that that your admission that you were wrong, Casey, is very big of you and a cool thing to do. And I think that that should be encouraged. If all of a sudden you realize rather than going all in. I've already laid the groundwork here. You've already flipped this guy and everything, and sticking with it. Yeah. If you're wrong, even though it's hard to do it, just say, you know what, I was wrong. You were right, and then hopefully you can. It's hard to do though sometimes.
And listen, when you especially that video up.
Yeah, but especially when it comes to auto stuff, I've been the a-hole by accident, pulled out in front of somebody or something like that, and didn't realize that I was causing a problem. And all of a sudden, you realize it. I do the hands up thing, like I'm so sorry. I try to get a gesture, like I didn't mean to do that. But this can also look like, what the hell are you yelling at me for, pal? You know what I mean?
What I do, and this is a classic move in like sports, when you are the one who like either dropped the pass or threw a bad pass, I tap my chest like, dude, that was my fault. I'm sorry. In fact, I
would read that as, I'm going to kick you in the chest.
Yeah. or I would like, come and get it, pal.
Yeah.
Right here. You want some of this?
No,
because I don't watch football that much, so I don't know that that's a thing.
But there's also like a nonverbal sort of like face, like, oh my God, like I'm so sorry. And
what about praying hands, like, sorry, forgive me?
You could do that too. Yeah, that works.
You know what? I had one of the most unique times that I was flipped off, and I actually was like, I wasn't bothered by it because of their creativity, and I happen to know what they meant. Yeah. Do you guys know what the American Sign Language sign is for a-hole?
You've shown us, and I forgot. What is it?
Like the OK sign, right?
Yeah, it's like the OK sign, but kind of upside down. Right. And I there was a deal where it was a left-hand turn lane. Getting home could have been either one of two ways. I could have just kept going straight, or I could make a left and make it a little bit shorter. And while I was pulling up, and my intention was to go straight, a little gap opened up in that left-hand turn lane. I'm like, I'll just slip right in here. Well, the person that I slipped in front of didn't like it, and I look in my rearview mirror. She's going like that, meaning a-hole. And I was like, all right, okay. I don't think I'm really being an a-hole, but I do like your unique gesture that you used.
One time when they were doing that street adjusting, where they take it down so that all the manhole covers now stick up and are prominent. They were doing
Those
it
are
on
tire killers.
Oh my God! So they were doing it on Ridge, heading down by Manayunk. And I'm going up this when I lived in Wissahickon over there, Manayunk, and I'm going up the hill, and this guy's right. There's no line demarcation, no lane, no nothing. All there is this bizarre life or death slalom between the manhole covers. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, the guy starts beeping next to me, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? We get to the top of the hill, and I'm like, I'm screaming, and he looks at me in a way and he goes, I didn't know where to drive. I could have easily been you. Yeah. And so I just go, you're right, let it go.
We're so reflexively trained to get pissed off at someone else in driving situations. I had another time where this happened. It was stop and go traffic, and a guy in front of me, his brake lights didn't work. Yeah. And so he puts on the brakes, and I almost ran into him, and I'm like, whoa. And and he saw that happen. I throw the car in park. I get out because I'm going to tell him because somebody is going to have an accident, And so I come walking up, and he immediately gets on the defenses. Dude, what the hell do you want, or something like that? I'm like, whoa. I'm like, dude, your brake lights don't work. And he reeled it back in immediately. He was like, oh, sorry, man, thanks,
Wow.
So, but he was so reflexively ready to pounce at me.
Yeah.
Of course, I was getting out of the car and approaching his
I
vehicle,
know,
so-
I know.
You probably should have put your gun away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're so behind that wheel, you know what I mean?
And now I think, bizarrely, I think now more than ever, because I think a lot of people are driving less in some ways. We talked about this really as things started to open up, after the lockdown and all that stuff, and people had forgotten how to drive and so on and so forth. I still think there's a lot of ratcheted up people.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it a lot on the roads. Are you guys?
I definitely did, especially like in the early stages of the pandemic. There were so little cars on the road, and I had an incident coming out of work one day where this dude, I can't remember exactly how it all shook out, but then he tried to run away from me.
Yeah.
He thought I was like chasing him, which I wasn't. He blew through like 2 stoplights, and I was like, this guy, dude, I'm not chasing you. I'm just driving. I'm just moving about my day. I have no issues with you, but he was so aggressive towards me that I think he was afraid that I was being aggressive back.
It's loony because, and I do it, and I shouldn't do it, and I haven't done it for a long time. I used to do it all the time, which is someone does something like behind me or screaming up on my back. I can almost literally drive. Looking all the time in the rearview mirror.
Right.
You'll see. I'll just lock and load. I'm bald. I'm usually wearing shades.
Yeah.
And I know what people are thinking.
Right.
And so you'll see that car drop back like crazy, and I'm like, I'm doing a stupid, dangerous thing.
Yeah.
And so I've ratcheted back on that, but you can't help it. Reflexive is exactly the right way to phrase it, Preston, because it's like, okay.
Well, so I had an issue, and this is a couple of years ago. I was coming from New Jersey into Philadelphia over the Walt Whitman Bridge, and as I was approaching, I didn't realize that my lane was ending, and or maybe the lane next to me was ending. One way or the other, I was in the wrong. And the guy coming up on me was livid and flipping out, and we were able to make eye contact. I was able to, Preston, gesture like, I'm sorry, that was my bad. And then he immediately, it was over. Like, he I don't know if he was not mad at me anymore, but he stopped flipping out at that moment.
Oh, it's Casey from the radio.
Right.
I can tell from all your Delco stickers.
If you apologize, like that, most of the time, that's the response you'll get. They calm down.
Well, Kathy, there's also a thing that people I do all the time that I don't see people do as often as perhaps they should. If I am moving in, or someone lets me in, or I put my hand up and make sure that that they can see me saying thank you.
Yeah. And when they don't do that, don't you always go like, nice wave, a-hole?
Yeah,
you know, I mean, like, if they don't
sign language sign for butt.
Give me something. Give me just an indicator that yes, we're being civil here. You know what I mean? Just an indicator.
My dad one time let a guy into traffic. I think he was coming out of a Wawa parking lot, and this guy was overly thanking him and overly waving so much that he rear-ended the car in front of him.
Oh, Jesus. Man.
That sucks.
Wow. Do you remember the guy when we were doing the Mini Masters and we were at the Mini and the Main Line, and there was a guy who was so excited. He didn't know that we were there, and he saw the vehicles.
That's right.
And he went to get out of his car, and he didn't look to see if any cars were coming. And it took his door off.
Well, it didn't take it all the way. It just bent it all the way back to the other.
What'd you do?
It's parked on Montgomery.
And I felt so bad for the poor guy.
He just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
Like, he was so excited that we were there.
And then you remember all the salespeople at the mini dealers. Whoa, looks like you're looking for a new car.
Who needs a door?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, you did the right thing, Case. I think making that follow-up video was the right thing.
Well, I hope he sees it. And listen, if you're mad, I get it. I was an a-hole, and I overly told you that you were number one, and that didn't make things.
There were a few calls up that we can't get to, but thanks for calling in with this about the intersection and everything.
Oh, that very intersection?
Yeah, there's another one in Morton Avenue. They're putting up a four-way stop sign. They have warning signs that they're going to be putting up a four-way stop sign on Morton Avenue.
I think that probably would be a good idea in all these situations. Mm-hmm. Leave it up for a while, let people assimilate that information.
Yes.
Yeah. I know we got a couple more minutes here. I saw a car-related story I thought was interesting. It would tie into this. There's this guy. He's a race car driver. His name is Josh Pearson.
Is this Preston's pit stop?
It is. Welcome to the pit, gang. It is. He is set to debut In the 24 Hours Le Mans sports car race, he's 16 years old.
16 years old?
Yes, he is 16 years old. He will be the youngest ever competitor in the World Endurance Championships at WEC. Pearson, who is currently 15 and celebrates his birthday in February, is racing for British-based United Autosports in the second-tier LMP2 category.
Let me ask you, what's the rule in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania? Can you get a license if you're younger if you're driving NASCAR?
Yeah, right, yeah. If you do over 160 miles an hour, you
Right.
can get it. 15 years old, man. I mean, legally, he can't drive. Legally, he can't drive in traffic situations, and this kid is a professional race car driver and will be doing the 24-hour Le Mans at 16 years old. He'll be the youngest ever.
Well, kids have boundless energy, so, he probably won't even be tired at all.
The current youngest driver ever to compete in Le Mans is Matthew McCurry.
Wow.
Who was 16 and 202 days when he raced in the 2014 edition. Before him, it was a Mexican kid by the name of Ricardo Rodriguez, and that was in 1959. That's how long that record has stood.
Do they make a special accommodation for the really young where they can sit on their dad's lap and hold the steering wheel?
Maybe they do that. They show talent at an early age.
Right.
And they have that's incredible. I mean, that is top of the line.
Yeah.
Racing. That's as dangerous as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Is that the movie that Christian Bale? Is that the Le Mans that they do?
That is. Is that Le Mans?
You're thinking of Vice.
No.
No. The movie is Ford versus Ferrari.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to say that's. Wait, no. Le Mans is.
No, that's not Le Mans. No, Le Mans.
Le Mans is in France.
Yeah.
Then that's it.
So there's also the one in the desert, like the Dakar to something rally.
No, this is the Le Mans in France. That's definitely got to be what the subject of that is.
1966, 24 Hours of Le Mans. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the one where they actually are standing and they have to run to the car and get in take up? That's it. This is Le Mans, yeah?
That's what they did in that movie. Anyhow, I don't know how much of it I don't know if they still do that. I assume they probably do.
But it's a team, right? It's not one person that drives for 24 hours, right?
Yeah, but he's 16, man.
No, I know that. That's Wow.
Yes. There. I think the way it worked in that movie, anyway, was a team of three, or I'm not sure. So. But anyhow, this kid at 16 is going to be competing in this. The organizer said season 10 will see the championship's biggest ever grid with 39 full entrants from 12 different countries. There are also 2 all-female lineups as well. So I thought that was kind of interesting, the fact that at 16 years old he's going to be doing that.
They say that those women who have trained for this, Preston, practice solely with golden hand weights.
Oh! To give them
that special driving edge.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm trying to see if Preston's pit stop. I have another car story. I'm going through my junk drawer and I'm like, okay, what else can tie into it? Since we're going to run with this theme.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Preston's pit stop.
So I think this is the only other one I have. I will have to dig
it's
deep
the
in here.
debut of Preston's pit stop. There's really
yes,
not.
that I didn't know was happening.
Only fair. We just created it 7 seconds ago.
So is it necessary to warm up your car in cold weather? That's the question.
Okay, I'm going to answer. May I answer? My perception?
Yep.
I used to believe that was the case. I hear it is no longer the case.
Wait,
yes.
What do you mean? I mean, other than that would warm up for yourself to get in it. What would be the benefit?
So in the old days, you needed to do it in the old days, but not so much anymore due to modern cars. The AAA said that you only need to let the engine run for about 30 seconds, or as long as it takes you to get situated and buckle up before driving. So you used to, Kathy, need to, and I'm not talking about the temperature inside the
for the actual engine.
Inside the cabin. But yes, you would want to start your car and let it run for a little bit if it was really, really cold.
Yes.
Or else it was better for it, or you might have it stall or something like that. But now it's nothing you really have to worry about because It only takes about 30 seconds for the oil to circulate all the way through the system.
That's what I heard years ago was the case, and now it's much quicker. I remember, if you had a very cold car and it was an older car, I remember my dad used to heat up the gas with a lit road flare.
Wow. Did it work?
It lit up a lot.
Okay. Well, then, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. AutoZone notes that some states and cities have laws restricting the practice for environmental reasons and carry fines in excess of $1,000. Electric cars should be kept plugged in on cold days when possible, as they have conditioning systems that can keep their batteries at an ideal operating temperature and also be programmed to heat the cabin without emitting any tailpipe emissions.
Do you know
as
what
well?
modern feature of cars that I don't like? I don't like the engine shut off at intersections.
I'm not a big fan either. Yeah,
it bugs me.
Don't like it.
And when it happens for half a second, and you're like, "Why did you shut off?" And then the light turns. Like I get that. In theory, it saves gas or whatever, but it's a pain in the ass.
I'll tell you what happens.
In the car you're driving?
Yeah,
or
and
somebody else's?
you can't turn it off. No, the car that I'm driving.
You can. You can, but you have to do it every single time. So you can't turn it off permanently. I have the same car as you.
Yeah.
Right.
And so there is a setting when you get in there, like you can.
Yes.
I can show you, but like
it's per drive, right?
It's per drive. Every time you turn
really?
the car on, you have
Let
to
me ask
redo
you,
it again.
because I think it might have been a Volvo that I was endorsing. I think if you depressed the brake pedal halfway, the car would come to a stop, but it wouldn't engage that shutoff. So if you pushed it down further, it would engage.
My car has this feature as well, and I don't. The first time I did it, that it happened, I didn't know it had the feature, and I was like, "What the hell just happened?" Now I don't mind it at all. But Steve, no, there's not a half press on, at least in the model that I drive, that has that feature. But what I do have on my car is pretty damn cool, and I hope all cars get this. Is when you do stop, if I push my brake pedal in all the way, if I push it down a little bit further than it takes to stop, it will automatically engage a parking brake, and you take your feet off the pedals and just kind of, move your legs around a little bit. So if you're in traffic and you don't want to put it in park, you don't have to. You just push it in, and then the second that you either hit the brake again or hit the accelerator, it comes out of the parking feature, and you're good to. I love that feature on that.
See, when I do that, Nutella dispenses from my cigarette lighter.
All right. Yeah. So there's an upside.
Is that after factory or is that?
No, that's factory. That's what you call the platinum package.
Wow.
Yeah.
But no, I've gotten used to the engine shutting off.
Do you know what? Like in the summer, though, like to me, when I was driving a car that had that feature, the car shuts off, the AC's still running, and it's like every time it happened, it would be a little bit jarring.
We had this is a long time ago. It was easily 20 years ago. We were visiting family members in Sweden, and when we and their environmental rules are very, very strict, and they're very, very environmentally conscious there. But my wife's uncle, when we would pull up to a light and stop, he would turn the car off.
Really?
Like manually turn the car off. I mean, now they do that automatically, but that was the rule. If you were going to be stopping for more than, say, 15, 20 seconds or whatever, your car had to be turned off.
Is it Sweden for every 10 kilometers you drive, you have to replace the catalytic converter?
Oh, you've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Now that's overkill, but that's. But listen. I guess I get used to it if it was my permanent car and it did that. But every time now, it's kind of like, oh, this is very weird.
Yeah. It's gotten to be like. I mean, it doesn't deter me from getting started any quicker. It's it is what it is, as they say.
When you're warming up the car, we talked about this. The mistake that people make is they feel if they force like the defrosters immediately, that
put it on high.
Yeah, that it's going to heat up any
It's
quicker.
blowing around cold air. It's not. The engine has to heat up first, and then you turn the fan on once it gets warm, and then you'll get the warm air. Here's a feature
I'm like full. I get in. I put everything on. Everything's blowing. The seats on. The steering wheel. Like I just want it to get warm as fast as possible. You'd hate it, Preston.
But it's not. But if it makes you feel like it is, and that's fine. One of the things that freaks me out about my current car is, and I didn't know this until I got it, that the garage door remote, that's built into the car that you program, won't work unless the car is on. It won't engage. So I'm parked inside the garage. I have to start the car first and then open the garage door. It's only half second.
Right.
But it's enough to freak me out that I'm starting a vehicle inside an enclosed area.
But why don't you open the garage door when you walk out of your house into the garage?
Because for the first time in I don't know how many years, I park inside a garage, and I don't want to go outside or even be near outside because I have to walk around the back of the car, and I would be walking. I'm going to enjoy the indoorness of having my car
Preston,
finally inside a garage.
I do the same thing. And especially now that it's very, very cold. Like typically, I'll walk out and open the garage door case like you suggested. But like the last couple of days, like it being that cold, that like you said, that you like your car being, a little bit warmer and to get in. So yeah, that like split second where you start the car before and you're like, oh God, okay, open it up, open the garage.
What if the door gets stuck? What if I can't get back inside and I can't turn the car off? I'm going to die in here.
Isn't that a feature though? That if you depress the brake for a little bit, a hose will go over the tailpipe and around into the
automatically into the cab of the car.
My car is parked in the driveway, but I have an app on my phone where as soon as my feet touch the floor, I grab my phone and I turn my car on, and it warms up, but it only stays on for 10 minutes. So
really? Okay.
If I'm not out in 10 minutes, the car will shut off. But
I mean, hell, you leave it running longer when you're driving it.
I know.
But had it running for like an hour, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, this is going to wrap Preston's pit stop. This is all we got time for.
Birth of a new feature.
Yeah, I got to put the grease gun back up and get back onto other things. So let us take a break and come back in a minute. We do have bizarre file stories that are awaiting you, my friend. So hang in there. We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. We talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
what's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George Basil.
Are you kidding?
That's his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to, you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
No, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better, or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do
a little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
Right. I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. That there's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's definitely about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really other profession. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut.
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. And man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah,
in like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television, and it's my team." So
you're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. I'm trying to think of a will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I
Thank
did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh. And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, "Whoa, I'm sorry." And the director said, "No, she's acting." And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it. And I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
You could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And at some point we said, "Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it." He's like, "Oh, good, because I don't know how to act." He goes, "You know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller."
I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, "Do Burt Reynolds," and he would go, "I need the mustache." I never saw a comic just say no to something. He's
a method actor. Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was hit.
Stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
Say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide their numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was thinking that.
I was thinking that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
Fifth one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that. Let's go for another helping of bizarreness. Here's the B file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Big games, big parties. It isn't just football, it's an experience. So don't settle for an average catering tray. Make it Primo. Order in advance and online at primohoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. So we'll start with this. Deputies arrested a woman in Charleston, South Carolina, who is accused of taking a deputy's taser and then biting a paramedic's groin after attempting to leave a family member at the Charleston County Jail.
Wow.
The sheriff's office arrested 63-year-old Gina Darlene McGee. She faces several charges, including third-degree assault and battery, unlawful conduct towards a child, and assaulting a police officer while resisting arrest.
So how did she get in proximity to bite the dude's junk?
Well, it's a bit of a story.
Okay.
So we'll start with this. Officials said the incident happened on the morning of December 28th when deputies responded to the detention center for someone who was left at the center by his legal guardian, later identified as McGee. McGee had dropped off the family member, and I believe it was her nephew, at the jail because he had taken a cell phone from her car months ago and used it to look up inappropriate material.
Ooh.
So she's taking him to jail for this.
He's your problem now.
Dude, that's legitimately, that is exactly what she said. The deputies called McGee and told her that she needed to return to resolve the issue. McGee said, I'm not going back there. He's your problem now.
Wow.
All right. So the report states she also told deputies, then send a cop to come and take me to jail because I'm not going back. Authorities made multiple attempts to get her to come back, so a warrant was then issued for her arrest.
He was looking at booby pictures.
When McGee returned to the jail and was being told her Miranda rights, she became loud and boisterous and resisted arrest. And during the incident, investigators say McGee grabbed a deputy's taser, pulled it out, and then said, I don't know what I'm grabbing, but I'm going to use it.
Wow.
The deputy
Sounds
said
like
that
a sweetheart.
he was able to knock the taser out of McGee's hand and place her under arrest and into a patrol car.
Well, you've left me with no option but to bite your junk.
McGee then continued to resist arrest and attempted to hold her breath. So
Like a
she's like a
child.
little child,
Like a child.
sitting there and holding her breath. Units then arrived on the scene. They placed her on a stretcher. The incident report states that when medics woke McGee, I guess she was able to cause herself to pass out.
All right.
She leaned over and bit a paramedic in the groin. McGee was transported to the hospital for an evaluation and then later transported to jail after that. How about this story? A father and son are making a fortune on OnlyFans, sharing naked photos of themselves hanging out together. This is a father and son.
Yeah, I've seen some of these pictures. Very bizarre.
Jake Herbert, who is 26, started his OnlyFans account several years ago, and he told the BBC, because they're in England, that he was making up to $9,000 per month posting nude pictures of himself. But the kinky content creator was determined to make even more money and found an unexpected opening after sharing a photo of his handsome father with fans. He said, obviously, I knew that to take this to the next level, I had to do something that would get everyone talking. I put a picture of my dad up, just us topless after a workout, and he said it just went mental. The Brit asked his father, who hasn't been publicly named, whether he would strip down further for a share of some of the OnlyFans cash. The monetary benefits proved too tempting to turn down, and the dad was soon joined joining his son in some steamy pics, strictly available for followers who fork over a fee, of course.
By the way, they're both like bodybuilders. I mean, they both work out a lot.
Okay.
When you have done this with your dad, Preston, how did you work out the financials?
60-40.
Yeah,
I gave him. I gave. I wanted a little more for myself. It was my idea. So the patriarch, whose age has also not been disclosed, still keeps his main job as a plumber, but some of his coworkers are confused about his rather unorthodox new side hustle. His dad said he was getting bits of banter and that from where he was working, and I was like, look, Dad, we just need to make some money. It's not like we're doing anything. Last year, Herbert said that he hasn't even seen his father's private parts, claiming that he keeps his eyes averted as they pose up a storm for the camera. He said, we've never seen each other fully naked. The most he's shown on my page is his ass. Further, he said, furthest me and my dad would go is, he said, well, you'll have to subscribe to see. But he now rakes in around $40,000 per month, and he gives his dad a cut of the cash from that.
Can't argue with the money. Yeah. I don't know, but it'd be hard to do because they have a whole bunch of pictures that I saw. That I think the Daily Mail was covering it, and at some point you're going to grab an eye full of your dad's unit, and I don't know, is that something you can deal with?
No.
For 40 grand? Yeah, I can.
For 40 grand?
Maybe. Yeah.
What do you want me to do with this, Dad? Because I'll do it.
Here's a story from a couple days ago, but this is really interesting. A prominent Pittsburgh area dentist killed his wife in 2016 while on safari in Africa in order to claim a $4.8 million money from 7 different insurance companies, according to a federal indictment. They claim this. It hasn't been proven yet, but that's what they're saying happened.
This is such a Dateline type story.
Lawrence Rudolph, who is 67, is charged with 1 count of foreign murder and 1 count of mail fraud. Rudolph, the founder of the Three Rivers dental chain in southwestern PA, recently was taken into custody in Mexico. The mail fraud charge is related to insurance documents being delivered via Federal Express. So Bianca Rudolph died on October 16th as she and her husband were packing to leave their hunting camp in Zambia. Bianca was shot in the chest with a shotgun. The criminal complaint states that Lawrence told police that he was in the bathroom and Bianca was in the bedroom when the shooting occurred. Rudolph speculated that the gun was left loaded and accidentally discharged while Bianca was attempting to pack the gun in its case. Police in Zambia ruled the death an accident, but the insurance companies involved began investigating the shooting, as did the FBI at the request of one of Bianca Rudolph's friends. According to the criminal complaint, the first insurance policy purchased by the couple was in 1987. Additional policies were updated and adjusted in 2016. With Lawrence Rudolph as the ultimate beneficiary. So it's not long after these were updated that this happened. The FBI interviewed a former dental employee who said an office manager had confided in her that she had been involved in a long-term relationship with Rudolph for approximately 15 to 20 years.
Wow.
The former employee said that the woman, identified in the complaint as the girlfriend, had given Rudolph an ultimatum of 1 year to sell his practice and leave his wife, Bianca. The FBI probe revealed that Rudolph and the girlfriend had traveled alone together to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, several times, like from 2010 to 2016.
Yeah.
Before Bianca's death in 2017, a few months afterward. The FBI also found that Rudolph and the girlfriend began living together in January of 2017. If convicted of the foreign murder charge, he faces a potential penalty of death or life imprisonment. The mail fraud charges carries possible term of jail up to 20 years. So pretty wild.
It's a crazy story.
Yeah. And is that it, Case? We wrapping up
Yes,
Bizarre File there?
Yep.
All right. That is all we have time for in the Beef File, my friends. We shall take a break, but we shall return, and we'll have a lesson question and a prize with that. Trash and music news coming up, too. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie. Sick.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this, Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow.
Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Neumann.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands from Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know,
that's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like
bottle
lipstick.
say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a
it's
gold.
metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And, that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold? Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager, because it's beer week.
Okay.
Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
I'm going to do that again. And we'll only get one more. We'll only get one more day of that, folks. And And you know what? We had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you shave,
I feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video, anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude.
Okay.
I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
It does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're dying
Oh, my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking.
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right. It really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is okay. So when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a bad end. It's going to be really nice today and tomorrow. Saturday, 25, if we manage to get there. And they're saying there's a front coming through, and it all depends on which direction it's going to work its way in as to snow and things like that. So Saturday, Sunday might include a little bit of snow. We'll keep a close eye on that forecast and find out what we know and pass it along to you. And then Monday we'll be back into the low 40s or so. But we're kind of unseasonably warm today and tomorrow, so not a bad thing. We're going to do today's lesson question. And I need to find what I did with that. Oh, yeah, here we go. So the question that we are going to pose to you this morning, and the prize that we have, by the way, is a pair of tickets to see Tracy Morgan Saturday, July 16th at Ovation Hall in the Ocean Casino Resort. Question I have for you this morning. For sex toys, AI could either stand for artificial intelligence or what else? 215-263-WMMR. So again, for sex toys, AI could either stand for artificial intelligence or what else? 215-263-WMMR. Get on the line. Give us a call. Let's see if you know the answer. While you do that, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, where are we going today, Steve?
Well, Mark Wahlberg is entering the tequila world after becoming the principal investor in a company founded by Mexican PGA golfer Abraham Ancer. Wahlberg says he plans on incorporating his healthy lifestyle into his tequila brand, meaning each bottle will contain 6 turkey burgers and creatine.
Oh, my God.
Lindsey Vonn revealing that 6 years after her split from Tiger Woods, the two are now the best of friends. Vonn, who is an avid golfer herself, says she often plays with Tiger's balls. And finally, 76er Ben Simmons announcing he is engaged to British TV host Maya Jama after 7 months of dating. Jama says there's nothing she enjoys more than going to the arena on game night and getting to watch her fiancé loiter. That's your Hollywood Trash.
Nice. All right, lesson question. We need to know when it comes to sex toys, AI could stand for artificial intelligence or what else? 215-263-WMMR. Case, you're going to have to tell me who we're going up with here.
All right, we got Kyle on line 1.
Kyle on line 1. All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle, good morning, sir.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks, bud. All right, so AI can stand for artificial intelligence or what?
Anal intrusion.
You got it. Yep, that's correct.
That is correct.
Hang on, my man. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Tracy Morgan live on stage Saturday, July 16th at 8 p.m. That will be at Ovation Hall, and you'll find that in the Ocean Casino Resort. And tickets are on sale this Friday, by the way, so tomorrow, 10 a.m. via theoceanac.com. Let's fire up some music news, please.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! 3 testicles.
All right. Case, do I have a sponsor? I forgot to ask you that.
I do not think so. I'm fairly certain you don't.
Okay.
Nope, you're good.
All right. We're going to start with this. The lineup of the 2022 Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival has been announced, and it is not possible for me to care less about this lineup.
Yeah, they almost chose a few musicians to actually play an instrument for their lineup.
It's pretty wild, man. I would like to see what the original Coachella Festival looked like compared to what it looks like now.
Yeah,
because I'm in the dark completely.
It certainly became something different. And they've had some issues with some of the acts that were booked to headline, changing in and out over the past 4 months.
Yeah. So headliners include Harry Styles, Billie Eilish, and Yee, also known as Kanye West. Festival organizers announced this last night. It is planned for April 15th to the 17th and then April 22nd to the 24th at the Empire Polo Club in Indio. It was canceled last year and the year before due to the pandemic, but other notable groups, notable names in the lineup include a reunion of EDM supergroup Swedish House Mafia.
Whoa!
Hey. Megan Thee Stallion, Disclosure, Louis the Child, Doja Cat, Stromae, which is a tiny stromboli, I think.
Oh, nice.
No, I don't know.
Yummy.
Giveon, Anita, and more.
So this particular one is always more of the, it leans to a younger audience, and it's not like Bonnaroo, where Bonnaroo's roots were in like the jam world,
yes.
and that,
yeah.
and so this really isn't that big of a departure. I'm not, I like Harry Styles, and I can sort of take or leave Billie Eilish, but Press, one name I saw on here that's going to be performing on Saturday, the Saturday shows, is Danny Elfman.
Yeah, I did see that, which would be interesting. I mean, obviously, he was Oingo Boingo, and he's done an amazing soundtrack. A lot of work with Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't know. That's kind of cool,
I have a feeling, because I remember years ago, the whole vibe of the thing was sort of more of a 70s hippie look, like everyone would sort of adopt that hippie look, and which makes me believe that there was more of a rock influence,
more of an alt rock thing,
right,
if I remember
right,
correctly,
on who was taking the stage. Again, Billie Eilish is very talented, and
sure.
Do you?
It's more in pop roots, it seems like now.
Yeah.
Like pop and obviously a lot of hip hop has flown in there as well, but I just don't see that much of original kind of alt rock thing represented. Or there might be a lot of bands I just don't know the name of.
It's quite
they
possible.
Might be.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. I've told you, when you look through the names on Coachella, it's all over the place. I had thought about doing a game where you take either a name of a band at Coachella or a line from Loser from Beck, because it's all a bunch of just nonsense phrases slapped together, and whether you could tell if it was a band or a lyric from the song. So promoter Golden Voice.
There actually was, Preston, I think it was Kimmel might have done the bit where they actually walked around and had fake bands created, a whole list of them. Who are you looking forward to seeing? And the interviewer would say, a band that completely does not exist. And obviously, this is a made-up band.
Sipping Puppies.
Right.
What do you think of them? Oh man, they're a great band.
Can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait to check them out. I've heard so many great things, and they're just making these bands up. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
So promoter Golden Voice put pre-sale passes for Coachella on sale in June. They sold out within hours, and fans could join a wait list for 3-day passes, which were priced from $450 to $500, plus fees for general admission, and $929 to $1,050 plus fees for VIP. Weekend 1 is sold out, but sales for remaining weekend 2 tickets begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Prices have gone up to $549 for a general admission pass.
I tell you, for anything like that, if you really want to go and it's a focus, do everything you can to get that VIP or upper level consideration, and I'll tell you why, because you usually have far better access to bathrooms.
Well,
and you freaking want that.
I have a friend who lives in LA, Steve, and he's buddies with a record executive.
There you go.
Guess how they get there? Helicopter.
Yeah.
They sit in the VIP section. They have the nice bathrooms. They have access to good food. And my friend Chris is just like, it's a good time, but it could be anywhere in the world. Mostly, he's just hanging out with his buddies in a nice spot in Southern California,
So listen to this. For like I said, $550 for a general admission pass. If you want a general admission pass with shuttle access, that's $633.
Wow.
Dude.
Probably a hell of a shuttle.
VIP pass is $1,119, and who knows what that means. It's VIP is probably not a whole lot more. It's not like, backstage access and, great seats and all that stuff. Who knows? But fees are not included in those prices.
Of course not. Why would they be?
By the way, it's a few more fees that you'll come across. The original Coachella 2020 lineup included a reunited Rage Against the Machine topping the bill, along with Frank Ocean and Travis Scott. Media reports from last year, Golden Voice Paul Tullett said that Ocean would not appear in 2022, but return in 2023. And rapper Travis Scott is facing, of course, multiple lawsuits after 10 people died at his Astroworld Festival in Houston. So he's not going to be doing anything right now.
Best to take a break.
Yeah.
The Above Ground benefit, which took place last month in Hollywood, California, was a huge success. The event's co-founders, Dave Navarro and Billy Idol, were able to make a $50,000 donation to Music Cares and ongoing efforts to promote awareness and raise funds for the treatment of mental health. The concert's all-star lineup, led by Navarro and Morrison, featured special guests Anthony Kiedis, Corey Taylor, Dexter Holland, Jerry Harrison of the Talking Heads, Josh Freese of The Offspring, Mark McGrath, Steve Stevens, and more.
That's a good lineup.
Yeah, I find it hard that $50,000 was all they got donation-wise, but apparently they did. The fourth Above Ground fundraiser concert will be announced later this year. All right, I was excited to see this, and we actually have a clip.
Yep.
But Rush guitarist Alex Lifeson has dropped the song Liar as the first single from his new band called Envy of None and their self-titled debut. Rolling Stone reported the band also features bassist Andy Curran, singer-songwriter Maya Wen, I guess is how you say her name. Her first name is spelled M-A-I-A-H. Maya is how I would pronounce that. And producer Alfio Anna Bellini, and the Envy of Noise album is set for release on April 8th. So they have a female lead singer.
Did you mention the drummer?
Yeah. It was bassist Andy Curran. You know what? It doesn't say the drummer.
I think it was
I'm not sure.
Like a guy named Kenny Knight was what I heard.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I love that guy.
Kenneth
Kenneth K. Knight.
Well, let's hear a little bit of this. I'm sure it's going to sound nothing like Rush, but let's hear a little bit, Case, if you would. Maya became my muse. She was able to bring this whole new ethereal thing through her sense of melody on tracks like Liar and Look Inside. I've never had that kind of inspiration working with another musician. When we say she's special is because she's really effing special, he said. She's got kind of that haunting sound in her voice.
Kind of like Billie Eilish a little bit.
A little like that, I was thinking, Nick, yeah. He went on to shed light on the album's finale, which is titled Western Sunset, which was inspired by his late bandmate, Rush drummer Neil Peart. He said, I visited Neil when he was ill. I was on his balcony watching the sunset and found inspiration. There's a finality about a sunset that kind of stayed with me throughout the whole process. It had meaning. It was a perfect mood to decompress after all these different textures, a nice way to close the book. So going with a completely different feel, Alex Lifeson and his band Envy of None. Interesting. I bring this final story. Wait, no, I have two more stories. No, this is the final. No, there's two stories. I bring this one up because of what we talked about the other day. It was someone's birthday, and I mentioned that he should be one of our guests sometime. Kenny Loggins will publish his autobiography. That means he'll probably be doing interviews.
On tour, yes.
We should get him on.
Yes.
So it's called Still All Right. As in, I'm all right.
Nobody look around me.
It was
people tell me I'm the lucky one.
Look about me.
Let's do the whole songbook. We've just been, even though we ain't got money, I'm so in love with you. Everything brings change.
Highway to the danger zone.
Talk at me.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package? Featuring all the hits of Kenny Loggins, sung by subpar musicians.
So, the book is going to be via Hatchet Books on June 14th. The memoir, which was co-written by Justin Turbow, chronicles the Grammy Award winner's incredible life and career from his early days as part of Loggins and Messina through his solo 70s and 80s hits and up to today. He said in a statement, writing this book and piecing together the moments of my life has been a really eye-opening experience for me. It's almost like therapy to get to look at how honest I can be, how honest can I be about my motivations, my reactions to certain relationships and circumstances. What did I learn, and how did it affect my music as well? So he will have that. Maybe we'll talk to him down the road.
Yes.
All right, one last thing. There is new music out. We are not going to debut it. Pierre Robert is going to spin it, but there's a new track from the band Muse that MMR is going to roll for you. It is called Won't Stand Down, and it will probably be up on our, it says here, this is according to Sarah, it'll probably be on our website shortly after, and I plan to give it to Pierre to spin before noon, she said. So it just came out like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah,
Well,
Pierre
I
should...
won't stand down.
Well, I won't stand down.
What is that you guys are singing?
Tom Petty song. Won't
Oh,
back down.
won't back down.
But
No, this is Won't Stand Down.
I won't stand down.
So you'll have that from Pierre Robert.
All right,
later on today.
nice.
There you go. And that wraps our music news segment for the day.
Nice.
Why don't we take a break, come back in a second, wrap the whole thing up, and get your letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. It is coming up next, so stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's not you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, so
before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll, case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery,
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's
not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands on it.
You're going to take it.
It's got to be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't?
Oh,
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
All right.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know, too.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area, and for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
A day of service.
Yeah.
Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh,
Yep.
get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
so here...
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is
because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck,
okay, because that's usually
don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on, I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston, then
walking on sunshine.
Chili Peppers 93.3 WMMR Can't Stop brings us up to the end of our program today, 10:47 on this Thursday morning, and pretty comfortable today. It's going to be north of 45 degrees, somewhere in that range. And tomorrow again, 48 and partly cloudy skies. That is not bad. That's a good way to start the weekend, considering what time of year we're in. And then Saturday, 25 are high. They're calling for snow showers on Sunday, but there might be some as well on Saturday, depending on how the forecast acts up between now.
And it can break a number of different ways. They're really not locking in on any amount. It could pass us, or it could be. But as you said before, they're not predicting snowmageddon.
Correct. I would like to thank Mr. Todd Glass for being on the program this morning. Todd checked in, and he will be performing at. You can turn the music down now, Case. He will be performing at.
He's talking to Preston. He's talking to Pierre right now. He said you can turn the music down.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, Pierre was asking about what the word was this week.
Casey's running around doing a gazillion different things the last couple of days. But Todd will be at Helium Comedy Club. 4 shows tonight alone.
Yeah.
3 sold out.
3 sold out. 1 show tonight. I think it's at 8 o'clock. And then he's got 2 tomorrow and Saturday as well. So heliumcomedy.com to get those tickets. So, that's all the guests on the program today. We may as well officially introduce Mr. Pierre Robert.
Yeah!
This morning. Hey, man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Great. How you doing?
Cool. How you been, Bo?
Excellent. How's it hanging?
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. I guess we can get right to the letter of the day since Casey's prepped you for that and everything. You ready?
I was that way.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
That's what it's going to read on your tombstone, by the way. I was that way. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
K, as in
Kenobi.
Kenobi.
Yes.
Okay.
Or Kippers.
Kipper.
Kippers Kenobi, who was my coach in high
Kenobi,
school.
And Koodles.
By the way, have you guys ever had kippers before?
Yes.
I've only heard of kippers. I've never had them. It's a fish.
Yep.
You never heard of that?
Kathy, you've had them?
No.
Are kippers like pickled or something, Steve? Or what's...
As I remember, it was years and years and years ago. All I remember is that was enough.
Okay.
At one time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe it's like a fish.
You remember in, it's a fish. I was just wondering how it's prepared. But in Breakfast in America, they go, could we have kippers for breakfast?
Mommy dear, mommy dear.
Oh. Gotta have them in Texas, because everyone's a millionaire.
They're usually either salted or pickled, and sometimes they're cold smoked.
He just knew that, guys.
Yeah.
How do you know so many things about so much?
In addition to velour, he has a side of kipper business.
I'm the president of the Kipper Club.
Yep. Nick's Kipper Club.
Yeah.
The Kipper Club.
You guys know.
You remember Kipper on Gilligan's Island?
Oh, yeah.
That just sounds funny.
Yeah.
The Kipper Club.
There was Gilligan and Kipper.
Yep.
Kipper.
Gilligan. And
By the way, we're giving away the Book of Boba Fett Super Prize Pack tomorrow with the Letter of the Day, Word of the Week prize. That includes a 65-inch LED Smart TV, 1-year subscription to Disney+, a Boba Fett Starship die-cast vehicle, Boba Fett talking action figure, and a Boba Fett voice-changing mask. That's from Lucasfilm and Disney+, presenting the new original series, The Book of Boba Fett. And you can follow the legendary bounty hunter Boba Fett and mercenary Fennec Shand as they navigate the galaxy's underworld and return to the sands of Tatooine. And that is now streaming only on Disney+. We'll give that away tomorrow, like I said. What is happening on the program today, Pierre?
Well, on the program today, we will have Breaking Benjamin, workforce blocks of U2, and also Incubus. And again, another pair of tickets. Today, a pair, and tomorrow, my final pair for the Eagles, who will be coming on March 28th. So many of these shows are happening so far in the future. This one's only a couple of months away. It goes on sale on Friday, and we will have Eagles tickets.
Wonderful. Excellent. Well, I'll just take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also by Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. You can visit acmemarkets.com for details. Casey, are those the only sponsors of those two?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I give everybody the love that they deserve. Tomorrow on our program, how exciting is this? Jeff Ament from the band Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we will talk to Jeff and see what's up in his world, and we will wrap up the week in fine form with stuff to give away and anything else that we need to do. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.